Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は200、280、88名です。8日目です。Today is day 288. We are wrapping up unit 75. This is the unit before our story unit, which I'm incredibly excited about. As per usual, yesterday was our reset day for Neverwinter, so today is one day out from the last time we did this unit. Let's head right into our recall. I'm feeling a little bit refreshed. I think a break is in order in the near future, unless I try to arrange something. I think my energy level in the recent days are about 80%, 80-ish. Not the greatest. Let's try to stay focused. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. My energy level is declining because probably a little bit too engaged with things and stories and whatnot. And most of the time, I like to emphasize that. Hello there, Blair. Most of the time, I emphasize, yes, engagement, being excited, being passionate, getting involved in things is great. However, maybe I want to share the other side of things. Sometimes I understand that there are plenty of people out there who feel less productive, not motivated to get up and do things. On the flip side of things, when you do find that thing and become incredibly passionate about it, and you start, escalating and escalating, it takes quite a lot of due diligence and discipline in order to understand when, like, okay, what you've escalated a wee bit too much, and your health is declining, physical health, and generally, at the earliest potential signs of decline, I tend to do my due diligence and tell myself, hey, you gotta take a break. It's the opposite side of things, right? I'm not sure how frequent people interact in this way. Sometimes the point that gets captured most of the time, like the very specific time point in someone's recent activities that can empathize with what I'm describing here, is when someone is incredibly bored. They go through a period of like desert wandering, right? And then they suddenly capture that really, really great thing where they go into the rabbit hole very, very rapidly and immediately enter that state where you're driving yourself into a hole as opposed to leaning into it, right? Say like the beginner workout, right? Haven't worked out ever, really want to find that motivation to work out. Suddenly you go into the first day and you get immediate results, right? It's great, it feels great. Then the next day there's a rapid decline, right? Because, or not really, they hit double time, and then the rapid decline happens and immediately cut off the interest right at its feet. I think that's the closest thing related to this. I, on the other hand, tend to have high endurance, I suppose. I would say one of the things is above average endurance. This comes from probably a lot of a lifetime of being high functioning. However, that while having high tolerance for high functioning activities, it does wear, and it wears slowly. So what a potential cautionary tale for myself is that slow wear can be unnoticeable over a very, very long period of time. And over the years, I've become very disciplined at knowing when I'm slowly declining, right? So I want to keep my energy up. top off my energy at any given opportunity. Slow declines are one of those things that really make you not notice these things, right? For example, let's use something more tangible as opposed to feelings and physical well-being. Let's use microtransactions as a specific human condition. It is less noticeable to make $51 purchases versus a purchase of a $50. Let's say you bought $1 in credit over the course of 50 days, right? So, or $1 per day over 50 days. You will amass a balance of $50, right? Say it's for gift cards, so that we can normalize the value system, the tangible value system, as opposed to buying a $50 gift card on one day. That's probably the closest analogy right now off the top of my head that I can share. I think a high functioning person may lose sight of your declining health if the health is gradual due to many, many years of tolerance, right? And then you have the $50 gift card thing analogy where it's like, oh heck, if I can do $50 today, as an exaggeration, maybe I can do $51 tomorrow, right? So that increment starts off very high. And oftentimes in those cases, those are people that have passions as opposed to high functioning tolerance, right? And that's kind of where I am right now. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna try to moderate, right? Moderation, make it sustainable. There's a little story on my mind at the moment, keeping track of one's own personal mental health, right? All right, so let's get into our recall. All right. Wait. All right. So, Unit 75, and my computer's okay. Can you refocus on the... Okay. All right. So Unit 75, cities. We're just gonna list them off. Shibuya, Shibuya, Harajuku, Harajuku. That was a little limpy. Yikes. Akihabara. Akihabara. Whoa. We kind of lost our stroke there. Okay. 新宿新宿池袋銀座銀座広島So these are... Oh, wait, we missed one. Supposed to be 8. Oh. Hold up. It's at the bottom. Missed, Yamanote. Yamanote. Okay. Now we have 8. Shibuya. And Saten. All Saten. All... Whoops. Akihabara. Meito. Cosplay. Shinjuku, Akihabara, Ginza. Saraiman. Hataraku. Hataraku. Oops. Yamanote. Yamanote. Noru. Mensuru. Metro. Metro. Okay. Hiroshima. Right. Do I have the right? Yeah. Iroba. Iroba. Basho. 今日は something. No. Ooh, that's something else. Looks like something something dealing with. It looks like no. No. Okay, Suji wa kirimashita. You cut something. All right. You know. He ban inaru testo arimasu. Oh, finaru testo. Oh, testo arimasu. Oh, nice. What did you cut? What the heck is that thing? I actually don't know. That does look like Hisuji, but I don't know if Hisuji works here. So what did you cut up? Nani wa kirimashita ka? Or nani o kirimashita ka? You know what's kind of interesting about Japanese though? Here's a thought. Okay. Hey. Doesn't I don't know what that is. Me? Oh, you cut out an eye? Oh, what the heck? So Hisuji must be the creature. Hisuji must be the creature. Oh, you know what that looks like? That looks like yang. So you cut up sheep's eye. That's yang. Like yang as in sheep or lamb. So that's probably lamb's eye. Me. Yeah, me no hitsuji o kirimashita. Okay. Chinese to the rescue. Same character. Cut out a sheep's eye, huh? Studies, guys, studies. Probably some ocular things. Was that for the exam? Let's keep going here. For sure. Jumin. Meme. Wait. Oh, right. Gather. Atsuri. Atsumari. Oh my gosh. It's a wobble session. How'd you think you do? Atsumari. Atsumaru. Not part of the exam, but it was to see everything we had learned in a real sense. Ah. Sheep. Interesting. Atsumari. Maru. Residents. Gather. Konmu. Oh, no, wait. That looks awkward. No, Komu. Just Komu. Not Konmu. Komu. Kazu. Kazu. Inko. Ueru. Edu. Onaka. And then your final day of classes for the semester will be Thursday. That's 2 days from now. You just have to go in at 8 a.m. for one more exam, and then that's it until the spring semester at the end of next month. I'll be there at the finish line waiting to congratulate you on your I don't remember. Is this your first semester back? Like is this the conclusion of your first ever semester since you've been back? Or were you having ongoing studies before we met? I mean, it's no less special, but it is your first semester in school in 10 years. Oh, I can't wait to congratulate you in 2 days. With that said, the omedetou, right? Congrats. 2 days to go. In 10 years. I might say that in the future, maybe. I thought about it. 10 years out, go back to do a little side schooling. The possible side schooling I'll probably do is probably something online. Maybe like get a practice certification or something. Get re-educated in something, or not really re-educated, but being educated in things I maybe confer in a lot of things that I've already done in self-study. That is so exciting. 10 years. It's like visiting an old friend. It really is never too late. Whenever you choose, if you put your mind to it, it can be done. I know, right? That's the brilliance of an adult mind. Let's keep that, with the lack of a better phrasing. Let's keep that in mind, that the wonders of age and experience makes things seem a lot more possible, right? Telling that to a younger self might be a little bit more of an obstacle. I'm sure you might think back to your younger self and forget that younger self that said, yeah, this is not for me, it's not possible, and it's like foop, out the door. But nowadays it's like, if you can put your mind to it, you can probably do it, right? That's a sign of lack of a better phrase, that's a sign of maturity. But maturity in the sense of like, not your, oh, you can't take a joke kind of thing, more like the maturity of an enlightened person compared to your younger self. It's always really wholesome and refreshing to see people who are biologically older but also mentally incredibly youthful. You don't I don't think there's enough of that going around. Usually you capture these impressions from extraordinary individuals, right? People who are successful on content creation or something like that. Yet I would say a vast majority of older people have long since decided that their sustainability is by remaining consistent, which is a great thing. I have to admit, it's a great thing, but maybe exaggeratingly so, being far too consistent, and that consistency creates great comfort. Also, it's refractory to wanting to do new things or things you haven't done in a long while. It's like a metaphorical fountain elixir, like a fountain of youth elixir. It's a little injection, put a pep in your step. Revisiting your youthful self gives a great opportunity to reminisce about that younger self, that younger passion when you were discovering things and learning things, right? I think language learning goes a long way to doing that too. Sorry, had to plug language learning as well. Unit 74. Unit 74 games. So that means you're gonna take a break, but also double down on language learning, right? Kidding. Oh, actually, do your cultural center have, like, since Christmas is around the corner, does your cultural center do things like holiday things? I have often imagined, I don't know if this is sacrilegious or not, or like if there's some sort of taboo or crossing lines, but I have often would love to see like a Christmas tree donned with like miniature paper lanterns or something. I often think that would be a pretty cool change up to the I don't know what you call those, like ceramic ornaments. Would be a really neat idea. Or like a combination. Okay, so this might be mistaken as a cultural insensitivity or perhaps like I might be crossing a little spiritual bounds because of my ignorance. However, I love the idea of the Christmas tree being a tapestry for hanging. I forgot those things what they're called, but it's things about writing notes, right? Writing notes to yourself. The idea of writing notes to yourself. So I've always often thought of maybe having like some sort of a reflective material, and you write these notes, you tie them up onto the tree branches, right? Hang them up on the tree branches, and then you use like a spotlight thing and make it reflective. So what happens is the spotlights light up the tree as opposed to using like electricity, right? Usually you would hang up ornaments and there would be like lit silly string lights around. They're great, but I often think of like an intersection between things that Asian cultures, or I suppose I'm thinking a very specific scene where like you have these things, right, hanging around, and then you have lanterns. I'm just gonna draw circles for their placements, right? Lots of rows and rows going through the streets, right? But these lanterns could also be on trees. Not that Christmas is, I don't know how much Christmas is, but you can have it like this, and then you can even have like a combination of things where then the spotlights from the outside would like refract off of them. I don't know. Thought about a lot of little things that would give you that homely feeling of the intersection of being in a diverse place. Bearing in mind that bearing in mind that it's culturally sensitive to the people around. Sometimes things can be unintentionally used, right? But more out of ignorance than being deliberately malicious. I い同心者 There's something magical. There's something so magical about lights at night. The whole starry feeling. Densetsu. Zeruda. Makes me chuckle every time Zeruda. Deberu. Boss. House. Um. Oops. すぎる。Can on who Doki. Oh wait. There are 2 or 3? There's 2. Yeah. Katsu. Makeru. Okui. Okui. Nigate. 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 Aisho. Aisho. Good morning, Turn. Early morning to ya. Early morning greet, I mean. I think we're good. Yeah, this is fine. Let's get into our review.
ステーキは硬かったです。
ステーキは硬かったです。Yeah, 硬い。No. I think we'll be a little bit more brisk today. Let's go. Bye. Interesting. Ooh, now I have an attachment to one of the... Can I relate it? No, I really can't. No, not really.
チキンは硬かったです。チキンは
鶏肉。Right. チキンは硬かったです。
硬です。別の会社で頑張ります。
別の別の別 is kind of okay. Kind of. It looks suspiciously like something else, which is kind of distinctively the same. Well, similar meaning. So, 別の会社。 Manka. I think that one's on the right, yeah. There an extra? No, there isn't. Okay. 会社で頑張ります。頑張る formally. Oh. Well, that's an interesting look. One is a little like this part. Wonder. That one's a little interesting. That little leg there is interesting. Okay, and then you have the... Oh, they went with the... okay. Oh, interesting. So you kind of have an essence of longing, like go longer, like do longer, do, and like do, see, be longer, or continue doing. That kind of makes sense. Well, I can connect it with something that deals with perseverance. Ganbaru. Okay. Kaisha. Alright. 別の会社で頑張ります。もう少し今の会社 Let's just write 会社 again. 会社で頑張ります。Let's try 頑張ります again. Oh, that mnemonic helps out a lot. Whoops. Provided actually write the correct character. Yeah. Oh yeah. That actually helps out a lot. I might have said this a long time ago actually when people say it, when people use this kanji for like ganbatte and ganbaro. The thing that it has this character in it, and then now I know I have something that deals with this radical. I also have something that deals with this radical, and this looks like a modified of a different radical that deals with doing or have done something or going to do something.
会社また喧嘩しました。
また喧嘩しました。Excuse me. 喧嘩しました。I don't think we have 喧嘩。喧嘩。Sorry. 喧嘩。Oh, well, that's different. We're going to leave that as is. That's a bit of a stretch. Genka right now. Mata. Okay.
彼と
彼氏と喧嘩しました。
喧嘩しました。
喧嘩しました。彼氏。Wait, I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Or is it because it's this way? Oh no, it is right to left. Yeah. Looks a little bare. Okay. Looks a little bare all of a sudden.
遊園地は混んでいました。
Yuanqi. No Yuanqi, but I did look it up. So wait. Let's guess again. Maybe it's no. And then N. There? I don't know. There was, oh, maybe it's this. And then Chi. I think this thing is longer. And then Chi. We had Chi before too. Which is D. Was it this? Oh no, it's not water. It's the snail back. Okay. Right, the snail back. This U. U and Chi. Right, like Chizu. Right. We took the Chi from Chizu. And then we did the N from Koen. And then we took the U from oh no. We couldn't take the U from that, right? Because it's no. I took the Ryu from I took the Ryo from Ryoko. However, it's actually U, which is on snailback. It's oh wait, I screwed up. I forgot there's no tail in Japanese. It's just straight down. Yeah. I can't think right off the bat where the snailback version was. It's a vacation park. It's a vacation park like place, Earth. So vacation like, so theme park, right? Like it's a getaway park place. So UNT wa kon de imashita. Oh, we just got kon. We recently got kon. Kon is, although in Shashinko we had kon. Right. This is komu. Komu. In the past progressive. Honde imashita. Okay. 遊園地はとても混んでいました。Alright, let's try 遊園地 again. Oof. Slippery, slippery. Right. And komu. Komu. Wait, did it have 2 strokes at the top? I don't think so. Okay, yeah. Oh, and I think I screwed up the first character. It's actually supposed to be this. Yeah. Not the cross. No cross. There's no like stroke. There's no extra stroke there. Komu.
ノートをコピーします。
Noteをコピーします。Okay. Notes or notes. Notebook. コンビニでこのレポートをコピーします。Okay.
他に何が欲しいですか？
他 I think 他 is wait no. Is it? Hoka. Hoka is ta. Yeah, is ta. Something very generic. Yeah, it's ta. Hoka ni nani ga hoshii desu ka?
他に何が欲しいですか？
Desu ka? Else.
他に誰が来ますか？他に
誰がね？
他に誰が来ますか？
来ますか？
来ますか？
Right, 他 again. Okay.
手紙を読みます。
手紙を読みます。Okay. I guess I or she will find. What? It could be she. Oh, wait. It could be she. Don't give me that, Duolingo. I don't formal protest. Okay.
手紙
手紙を書いている or 書いてね
書いて
います。
います。
Okay. I'm starting to like go back and forth between 書いている and 書いています. Right? You can write either. If you use a keyboard, if you type in いる, it'll still be fine. What else is coming? 誰が来ますか？
誰が来ますか？
Oh, who else is coming? Right.
他
ね他にとって
に
I might need to make a mental note of this thing where it's using the ni article.
手紙を読みます。
Formal protests. There's not enough context to ascertain what the pronoun is or the topic of the sentence.
いい会社を紹介します。
いい会社を紹介します。No 紹介. Is it still kai? So it could be kai and show. Oh, there's too many shows. What would be relevant to introducing? Oh, to show? No, that doesn't work. Oh, okay. Oh no, it's really different. Oh. This one is going to take a while. Can I connect anything with this? This one can, oh no, you know what? It's the same thing actually. Right? That's Jie. Jiao. Yeah, that's Jiao. Jiao Jie. No, just kidding. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, oh, it's reverse. Jie Xiao. Jie. Jie Xiao. Yeah, it's the reverse. Okay, I can remember that. Or Shoukai. And oh, this turns out not simplified. Interesting. Yeah. Jie Xiao. Jie Xiao is the same as Shoukai. Shoukai shimasu. It's to introduce. And of course there's no sudo or anything because there's no tense. We don't have to worry about tense. Okay. Oh, this is that situation where they reversed it. Largely they reversed it, and here's one of the things, right? Why is it in reverse? Well, predicates, this my running theory, as in like how I normalize this, is that predicates run towards the end. And in terms of the order things in Chinese, predicates run towards the middle, right? So, jie, oftentimes it's flipped if it's a part of a predicate because it's the other way around for Chinese most of the time. And we already talked about this multiple times. So if you're saying like sing, and if sing is composed of two characters, and the second character will likely come first in Mandarin as opposed to this character. So they tend to be swapped around because of the whole, in my opinion, this thing going on. So this ends up being the action, and this is the associated nominalizer, sort of. Like for example, like Pao Bu, right? Pao is to run. Pao Bu is to run the road. Or like run something else. Or like zhou, right? Zhou lu. Or zhou, not lu. Is it? It is. Like you walk a path, right? Zhou, yeah, zhou lu, right? So the first action is zhou, but zhou is second in Japanese, so it's closer to the end, and that ends up being the action as well. Although in this case, zhou is only a singular kanji, so you don't have to do this like flip. It's really interesting. It's such an interesting relationship. So if you keep in mind that if there's I don't know, this is my working template right now. If you have a multi kanji predicate, oftentimes that multi kanji predicate is reversed in Mandarin, or the other way around, whichever point you start. And oftentimes one of the characters, one of the hanzi is swapped out for a different character, or vice versa. In this case, there are cases where both characters are the same, however their order is swapped. It's super rare for the order not to swap, or one of the characters to have been swapped in a predicate situation. Unless they're a singular character, then it doesn't matter because it's a singular character. Such an interesting relationship. Anyways, let's write kaisha again to like solidify it a little bit again. Getting rusty on characters that I don't write very often. So kaisha. And shokai suru is right. So we take, in this case, Chinese was introduced first, so I take the Chinese and I reverse it. Interestingly, no. I haven't gotten a chance to write this in Chinese. Not a lot of exercises deal with introduction or to introduce. Okay. いい会社を紹介します。Right?
私の会社の仕事を紹介します。私の
会社の仕事を紹介します。Okay. So we have kaisha again, right? Things get progressively sloppier as I continue to write it a little quicker. Shigoto. I guess this is shigoto for Japanese, right? Yes. Shigoto and okay. One more time. Whoops. I talked about this the other day at the end of the Chinese session, or one of the things, that I'm doing this to keep myself engaged. So I'm spending the extra time writing things again, looking at the characters again, and trying to focus on radical associations that I'm creating myself with the knowledge that I have, in order to make myself not be complacent, not get into a groove of saying, oh, that's what the character means, oh, that's what this character means, because I'll get less and less involved with my writing.
昼ご飯を作りましょう。
昼ご飯を作りましょう。Okay. Right, 昼ご飯. Not all of it, like constantly doing all to slow it down too much. Enough to keep myself interested in doing and juggling more tasks, because before it used to take just as long. Like now I have a lot of extra time. Instead of going faster, I put in more things and more effort into doing the same task, right? So now I'm juggling more things. I'm thinking about more meanings, more connections, and maybe in the future I can make some puns off radicals or something. That would be kind of fun. Like, oh yeah, you know, this radical is nowhere near this radical, but let's just make a story up that connects those two for fun, right? To engage ourselves. 今日何を作りましょう。作りましょう。カレー works。今日カレーを作りましょう。That sounded really weird. Kind of sounded a little weird. We should cook a tasty meal. Okay. Meal. I suppose they went with Gohan. Wait, is there no other choice of Gohan? No. Okay.
おいしい。
おいしいご飯を作りましょう。
作りましょ
まずいカレー。
まずいカレー。Oh, actually, I'm not sure if we have mazui. No, we do not. However, there was a context clue for mazui. It's boo. It's boo, not tasty. Yeah. It's boo, taste. Boo, bad taste. Boo, yao. Oh, boo, dao. Like, wei dao. This is dao. So usually it deals with taste. Wei dao. Taste. So, and this is boo, so not tasty, right? So it's bad in taste. Yep. Chinese to the rescue. We haven't learned this combination of for mazui yet, but this is not. It's a negation of taste. Mazui curry. So just bad curry, right? Shokudo. Okay, shokudo. Right. Shokudo is the same for both. For both Chinese and Japanese. It's shi and shi tang shi tang shi tang. Easier to write because they're the same. Sometimes writing gets reinforced a lot better because they're the same and the reads are different, so it will require an extra step, right? At least from my point of view. So shokudo no kare wa mazui desu, because the kan is like it's not clean, right? Chicken mo. Oh, just kidding. Wait, how does this? Oh, it's the e adjectives versus na adjective.
まず綺麗
So there's not enough context for the actual meaning, because you could kind of see with enough things they can go in either direction. But the janai des and the des gives away which one it is. Mazui is an e adjective, and kirei is a na adjective. So you wouldn't say mazui janai desu. You would say kirei janai desu. That was like the unit's grammar demonstration. So yes, again, not enough context. You could kind of argue it's bad, but then the what is that? Wait. Teburu. Yeah, teburu mo. The table could be clean, even if the cafeteria curry was bad, right? However, you could argue the sentiment is that you would say two negative things back to back. Generally speaking, though, then you would input like demo or something that turned the meaning. So that's where they were demonstrating that too. There's no meaning change, which if you're saying something bad, it usually follows with something that's bad. If it's something good, it's something that follows with something good. However, in normal conversations or like in conversations, people's logic, they can have leap of logics. So some people can say something that's good, followed up with something that's bad. However, the way Duolingo is introducing it, oftentimes that requires a tone shift, like demo or something, right? However, something like that. And I do that in writing. I'm not sure how frequently I do tone shifting or like attitude shifting when I'm speaking. So if I'm speaking like very positively, I tend to try to speak positively most of the time, actually. So I don't usually shift from positive to negative without a disclaimer. And I think a lot of times being concise or giving the impression of being concise and logical involves carrying your conversation in a way that is logical or feels logical. So you can sound very positive while saying a string of negative things, largely due to consistency, as opposed to things that I notice most of the time, which is cognitive dissonance. When someone says they're really enjoying something and suddenly only saying negative things after they said they enjoy something, that is oftentimes a form of cognitive dissonance. Sometimes, though, there are individuals who actually normalize this type of conversation strategy, where they say something positive and characterize it negatively. When they say something negative, they attempt to characterize it positively, and that in a sense can be a little disjointed. If you ever get the feeling like you're listening to someone and suddenly you're like, why does this feel so scatterbrained, right? Like, do you like this or don't you like this? That little weird impression, and you're not like really into what they're saying, so you're not breaking it down and observing the behavioral pattern. Oftentimes, that little confusion that you feel, in my opinion, that one feels during someone's presentation is the idea that the tone of your remarks keep on changing. And I think I'm not sure how concise Japanese people are. Like, what I mean is what is the baseline of switching tones? To me, as someone who has a very limited understanding, like learning of the Japanese construct, because there's no compound sentences and paragraphs, even within like 2 sentences and 3 sentences that Duolingo does, they usually stick to both what I think the English and the Japanese convention, maybe also the Chinese convention, of you don't suddenly, one is discouraged from suddenly tone shifting. And I'm not talking about like pitch now. I'm talking about the tone of your sentence and your ideas, randomly tone shifting in the middle of things. Like, oh yeah, this game is great, but it's hot garbage. That's like, wait, so is this game good or bad? Like, what are you saying? That's usually scatterbrainy. Now hear me out with one little comment. Sometimes if you're meeting a high functioning person, right? A person who is thinking at light speed. And I do this from time to time if I don't develop my skill or like develop my idea in advance, right? You would skip over things. So you would do essentially a quick leap of logic. As in, you said you like the game and you imagine yourself saying a bunch of things you like, but then you skipped. The moment you talk, you skip to the negative side of things immediately. So there wasn't on average, for another person outside, there wasn't enough time to say, oh, you like this for this reason, and then now here are some cons to those reasons, right? So naturally, one has to become accustomed to using lead-in words and transitional words. And in Japanese, the only one that I lean on is demo, right? Demo is my only maybe yeah, I just stick on demo. Yeah, that's it so far. That's all we got. So anyways, this is a grammar. Let's write mazui. Mazui is, it's kind of interesting. All these things are making me want to digress, but we gotta try not. From what you know, frequent contradictory sentences are common, but sudden tone shifts aren't common just due to Japanese culture. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. Yeah. That's good to know. Yeah, I think the impression I've gotten was that really drastic tone shifts are not common. However, people can make like contradictory comments, but the tone doesn't shift. Like, oh man, suddenly like now this person is giving me the impression that they're angry while they're making lots of analyses and whatnot. They don't suddenly go from I'm really, really positive about this and then I'm really, really negative about this. However, when you encounter online, when people are typing, like if they're used to texting and stuff, I often have to remind myself, I don't know how often other people remind themselves, that a lot of thought is happening between separate texts. So when you read it as a continuous thing, right? When a person reads text at a continuous thing, they have to keep in mind that time passed between those texts. It's not like a necessarily the most ongoing conversation. So when someone suddenly says, talking about like, oh, I love this thing, it's happened a bunch of times. I've got into many misunderstandings when someone says, you know, oh, this is a great show, and then suddenly they say another remark that's kind of negative, and they're like, oh, sorry, I'm not talking about the show, the above show, because I've already moved on from that show, that kind of thing. I have come into contact with people who have speech like that though, and oftentimes when they have to give presentations and stuff, you can really tell when they are lacking transition. There's a lot of lack of transition, so it's very quote unquote hard to follow. So there is still that to take into consideration when you're watching content in your target language, right? It's not assured that the type of content you like is not characterized with a lot of sudden leaps. So that's a thing that when you're learning a target language, for example, there's a lot of thought about what happens when you're learning English now, and where do you learn this English? A lot of times people would champion the idea of, oh, immersion is the way. You want to talk to native speakers, natural speakers. Well, what do they look like in English? There is a possibility, not that it's a bad or a good thing, because eventually you become understandable in any way. The idea is you could possibly normalize this sudden, like, maybe potentially undesirable to that person, undesirable tendency to do tone shifts and stuff without actually knowing it because of learning a target language. Nevertheless, it's something to be aware of and one can explore, right? Do you want to appear that way? Because can be very disorienting, right? It's the character, for example. Your favorite character, very scatterbrained, right? And to elicit that feeling of scatterbrain, you can do it intentionally. It's part of the character, it's part of the acting. My favorite example when it came to Japanese was when I was learning Japanese, I was also, this year was, or I guess earlier this year and then maybe a little bit of the previous year, was the year of Frien, the anime. And there's a character in Frien, that is very, very distant. They're very socially awkward. So they only speak in the formal, speech, regardless of their relationship with the group of characters. They try to be empathetic and casual, but they continue to speak in formal speech. And it was supposed to give you the idea and the feeling that this person is very distant but trying to be close, right? And in no way did that character ended up breaking the formal speech yet. And that was supposed to give you an idea. So when you're like learning English, the question is the person you're following, the person you resonate with, already habitually scatterbrained, as in like they tend to be, it's part of their act, or maybe it's part of their personality. It's not a bad or good thing. These things you normalize or not, right? Nevertheless, it will require a tone shift to make something positive into negative, which I thought about. Like, you're like, someone asked me before, like, how will I reconcile sounding native or not? Or how do I acquire punctuality or being articulate and concise? It was the people that I was around, the people that I spent time with when I was growing up and developing English. So my diction and my ability to present ideas with, say, less filler words during complicated sentences, and when to pause, when to emote or like nod and whatnot, right? Those are acquired from being around people like that, right? So it's a very interesting thing when you sit down and doing language learning and you start really revisiting all these interesting tendencies because you're, as a consequence of learning a new target language, right?
あのコンビニは今開いています。
あのコンビニは今、because this is a regular opening, so開いています。Yes, 開いています。
あのコンビニは今開いています。
Right. Yes. I'm reviewing in my head the transitive and intransitive tendencies. So it's aiteimasu because they're using aku as opposed to akeru, which is commonly transitive. This is suggesting that it's an intransitive, right? The convenience store happens to open now, as opposed to someone opened the convenience store now. Let's see. Oh, that store.
コンビニ
コンビニはまだ まだ空いていますか？
空いていますか？
ワインは全然美味しくなかったです。
ワインは全然。全然。Oh. We won't get into the 50-50 between Chinese and... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, Zen. We won't get into the 50-50 stroke order between like these patterns between Chinese and Japanese. We just go with it. 美味しくなかったです。Okay. Oh. Okay. Oops. All that. そのレストランのスキー、ピザは美味しくなかったです。Okay.
これは私のものです。
これは私のものです。Okay. Just our mono. Actually, that's kind of an interesting thought. Is there a special case in which mono is kana only? No. Oh, there is some case, but it's not this case. Yeah, it's not this case. This case happens to be mono. So sometimes it's hard to tell yet. This is like a really early unit, so almost exclusively outside of a few kanji are written in kanji for the purpose of being in kanji most of the time. But mono in this case doesn't seem like there's a frequency exclusion that this would be written in kana. But there are a few examples, which is interesting. Like used to emphasize emotion, judgment, etc. Used to indicate a common occurrence in the past after a verb in past tense. That's interesting. So mono, right? Mono butsu, mono butsu. Okay. This is mine. This stuff is mine. That is hers. Okay. 彼女、あれ？あれのね？あれものは彼女、no, I'm just kidding. 彼女のです。Wait, I was kidding, but あれものは彼女です kinda works. Is that what they were going for? Or is it the other way around? あれは彼女のもの. Okay, dang it. It's kind of funny because what I was doing is I was thinking maybe it wouldn't have worked. I just wanted to test. It was unlikely to work. I was testing if you could do like a implicit possession, and then this might serve as like a noun holder. So then it would say that stuff, right? That, oh no, but this is are. So this is are. Never mind. I don't think it can work like that. It would require something different here. So I was gonna say like that stuff is hers. So it ends up being like somewhat similar, but that's more of a Chinese thing, actually. What I did here is more of a Chinese thing. It's fine.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
It would have been funny, or it would have been interesting if that was acceptable. Okay. Uh, Hosoi, right? Yeah.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
Yukuri. No. Yukuri. Susumi, right? Susumimasu.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
Sumimasu. 細い道はゆっくり進みます。
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
Okay, ゆっくり。
店で細いペンを買いました。
うん。うん。
店で細いペンを買いました。店で
細いペ
ペ
ン
を
を買いました。
買いました。
Okay, so
あれ
あれは彼女ものです。おーきどき。
パン屋でパンを買いました。
パン屋でパンを買いました。
コピー機
コピー機。Oh no. Dang. I haven't written this in a long while. I think, yeah, it's a key and thread, or close to thread. Do this. There was something down here. I think it was this. Something like that. Yeah. Gotta check this character. Yes. Yes, right. Key? Oh, I still remember this being like, oh man, it's a complicated kanji, but man, this stuff feels great. I think this stuff is interesting. Right. Key. Copy key. Copy machine. Right. このコンビニ機、このコピー機は本当。Okay, so let's write key again. Let's practice. Key and 本当。Right. 本当に。古いです。Right.
スプーンはフォークの隣です。
スプーンはフォークの隣です。Oh no. Tonari is notorious for me. We're just gonna have to remind ourselves what tonari is. Right. Because of this up here, that really throws me off. And then yeah, this thing up here is like, I don't know how to remind myself about that one. When you see it, you see it. When you have to write it, not so much at the moment. No, tonari desu. I guess the spoon. Spoon はフォークの隣です。
6月4日にデートに行きました。
6月に4日にデートに行きました。6月4日。悪い。It's so much practice. 悪い。悪い。Okay, what else we have? シリアルカーテン。6月 and シャトルバス。
悪い。
シ
リアル。カーテン。6月。シャトルバス。
Let's see. Okay.
フォーク、スプーンは
フォークの隣。
隣。
Okay, let's write 隣 again. Right. 隣です。
面白いシーンはありましたか？
I'm having a habit of dropping des. Like, I could just say 隣 and then there. 面白い。Okay, 面白い。Right. Sure. Okay. 面白い。面白い。scene. Oh, scene. That could be so many things, but that's fine. 面白いシーンはありましたかシーン。I guess was there an interesting scene? Sure. Scene. Oh, right. I guess this would be like Saigo, right? Yeah, Saigo. Saigo. I don't know if I recognize Saigo. Oh, I mean, that's not bad. Saigo. It also kind of is very close to Saisho. So you can relate it, you can couple them as antonyms. So Saigo and Saisho. And then that's interesting. So when they said when they use sho, it ended up with oh yeah, I see. Interesting. Saigo went with outside. Or like on the I feel I'm interpreting this as the most fringed, like the most on the outside. So when you start with something, the thing that's most late or like the most outside, like late, and also this is also part of like go-go, right? Or an element of being later in the day. So there's also that, and then soto, right? And soto. And then I'm not talking about like outside as in like soto. But it's like late. It's far from the beginning. The greatest late. The greatest late. Yeah, that's fine. This is Jue as well. J, which is the degree. The latest, right? The latest. So the latest is last. And then I haven't, I guess now I finally know Saisho, which this show means beginning, or like first, or like coming into, And then that also means this is also attached to beginner now for me, which is just starting off, right? Beginner. 初心者, 初心者, right? So 初心者. And this is the same show. So that's our current unit. 最初. Oh no, not our current unit. Last unit about video games. About video games. So now we have more stuff to attach this to. Although we didn't get cycle, which is interesting. Usually Duolingo introduces antonym pairs when they introduce something like absolutely new. So Saisho was not revealed to be associated with cycle. Although if they introduce cycle, then they would have to talk about time. So the next time we talk about time, they might introduce cycle. Like, oh, what time did talk about time, but then if you go last, it's actually a figure of speech of when you did something. When you do something last, it's a time thing. So we'll probably see cycle next time, dealing with going first and going last, or doing something first, doing something last, probably.
わ
最後はoh
わ
最後のシーン
シーンは
は本当に
本当に
bad, worse bad, terror bad. Where are we going with this? 最悪
最悪で
Oh,
した
that makes so much sense now. 最悪最悪でした Oh. Huh. Right? Wait. Right? Because it's the worst. It's a sai. It's the same sai. Oh, now it makes sense. Oh my gosh, this is no wonder they had these in the same unit. These are the same sai. And then this is the word, like bad, but like interesting. Because aku is the same character, right? Yeah, aku is the same character as warui. And then you add sai to it. Right? You add sai to it. So it's the most bad, which equals worst. Oh, and then they use psycho. This is definitely gonna happen again. It's so obvious that they did this. This was not obvious to me the first time. I think this was maybe 100 days back. Like back 100 days. I didn't make the connection that these are the same sai. And they were expressing degrees of their adjacent thing. Go and aku. Intriguing. Very intriguing. So convenient. Sayako. Aku. Bro is speedrunning Duolingo. Sure. Let's see. Sea river right person. Or actually, I don't actually know the thing before the person. Interesting. So if we combine them, it would be Kagawa Hayato. Okay. Hayato Kagawa, fair enough. Do I want to reach 999 days streak? I mean, we're probably gonna keep up with Duolingo for as long as we live. So I like to believe that I will live more than another 700 days, roughly 720 days. So yeah, sure. time moves consistently, so if you're talking about day streaks, right? If you're talking about day streaks, you can't speed run time. I thought I make that comment.
どんな問題がありましたか？
どんな問題問題問題問題 I already dropped the mon. I think the mon is like 質問, right? Oh, mon. It was our chapter with mondai, 質問. It's about a very similar thing. And then dai is tai in or tea. So, and then it's the full fat one, not the simplified one. This one. Mondai. どんな問題がありましたか? So, is there a problem? Or, what kind of problem was there, I suppose? What kind of problem were there? Past tense. Right.
いつも問題がありました。
The poetic nature of using the phrase speed running. Probably should highlight some of my frequent commentary on that. I talked to Tio about it. I had a funny story and encounter that I was sharing with Tio 3 days ago about the meme perceptions between the association of usage of words like bro and speedrunning and Duolingo all in one.
いつも問題がありました。
いつも問題がありました。
ありました。
Had all sorts of problems. ありました。all sorts of problems. いろいろ。Seven いろいろ。I think I did have it. Yes, I did have a いろいろ. They use color. いろいろ. Oops. Right. And then use the kuma. いろいろ.
いろいろ。
いろいろな、いろいろな、いろいろな問題。
問題
がありました。
ありました。
肉まんを2つください。
肉まんを2つください。Oh, we talked about this the other day too, about pork buns being niku in nikumon. Actually, nikuman. So, nikuman is man using like something related to? No, it's just man. Oh, I guess you could. No, that's not close enough. Well, I guess you could use Niku manju, right? Manju. But manju, ooh. No. Well, there's man. That's fine. What was to? Oh no, it doesn't link up with manto. Dang. But it does have man in it. So we do have a connection. It's kind of interesting. So you have like roll, right? Roll man, which is not simplified because Japanese, right? Does it actually have 2 lines? Ain't no way it has 2 lines. It's probably this character, which is the same simplified character. And then man, this man, right? To be connected with manto. And then they ended up using you. Interesting. Overcomplicating things, but roll, right? Roll man, and then oh would have been this, which is our newest vocabulary for Chinese. Mantou, which is a steam bun, quote unquote steam bun. However, it's usually a pork steam bun, which me and Churn went back and forth a little bit, exchanging our common colloquial. And then roll, which is niku. Niku tends to default to this still. So when you're thinking of, and then man is just spelled out man in hiragana apparently, which can be substituted with this. I'm more used to seeing manju for this type of thing. But then when you translate it, it's gonna be pork buns. And they drop the steam. Oh, that's interesting. It's a steam bun, generally manju, steamed with meat filling, generally speaking. So like futatsu, so 2 like pork buns, please, right? Because it defaults to pork, even though it's roll and niku, and it's all it says is it's a meat filled bun, but what type of meat, right?
このガムとこの切手をください。
And
肉まんも1つください。全部でいくらですか?
okay, they're at a start. They're asking about how much things cost. And I don't think it's a coincidence between the two, because that specific type of cuisine and that item is attached to a Chinese legacy. So those two still carry over. The idea that this item tends to be filled with pork has legacy that carries really, really far back between Japan and China. At least that's my take on it, I suppose. I'm sure a historian would love to regale me in the nuances if I have the opportunity. Ocha? What the heck is ocha written like that for? Ocha to nikuman wa 1000 yen. 1000 yen になります. Yeah, naru being used as an accounting, a form of accounting. And then it requires ni. I think. Yes. Here. It has become this much. Like in accounting is this much money and those items. And then I don't think we need ocha, but right. Ocha. Okay. All right. Lots of review. We got lots of review. Oh, we're back to our current unit. Oh, that wasn't too bad. All right. Okay. Back to our proper nouns. Shibuya.
渋谷
私たちは新宿でバスに乗った。私
私たちは新宿駅? I must wait.
新宿
新宿駅で no, just 新宿でバスバスに乗った. Okay. I thought they were at a station. That's fine.
渋谷
and 花見 原宿。
原宿。
原宿。原宿, and then this was 交差点。
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 週末はコスプレをします。
週末はコスプレをします。コスプレをします。週末は。紅茶。紅茶。鉱物。動物。
動物。
動物。Oh no, I'm a pep. I thought about favorite foods and suddenly I said 鉱物。動物。動物。
渋谷。
原宿。
原宿。
3日間。
3日。
About comic books in Ikebukuro. Oh, comic books referring to manga no hon, which is kind of weird, but that's okay. Ikebukuro, the pawn bag.
池袋
Ikebukuro de
漫画
漫画の本を買いました。
また
3番ホームの電車に乗る。3番ホーム
の電車
電車
に乗る。
馬の背に乗った。
馬の背に乗った。Oh. Intriguing. 背に乗った。馬の背に。Oh, really? Interesting. That's kind of funny. So umano se, right? We got se before. Se usually refers to like height, but senaka was the phrase that we had for back. But I'm guessing they dropped the naka and it's implying back as well. Kind of like a very Chinese thing, actually. But so the way this makes sense is you rode on something and it says you rode on a horse, and se could be you rode on a horse's height, but it could also mean back without the naka. But it's not really implied anywhere that you could say it for back, but it only makes sense that you rode on a horse's back. So uma no se ni notta. Interesting. Stop. You know what? I don't know if I wrote stop as a new verb. Stop. So tomari, right? Was that part of the vocab? I don't think so. Tomari. We'll keep that in mind. Tomari. So tomarimasu. Kono densha. この電車は秋葉原駅に止まります。Okay. 秋葉原駅に止まります。Oh, 止まりますか？ Question. My bad.
新宿の のカフェで会いました。
新宿のカフェ。新宿のカフェで会いました。原宿、うん、原宿は渋谷 is the station next to, right? So 原宿は渋谷の隣、渋谷の隣の駅です。Okay. 原宿は渋谷の隣の駅。Or is it 駅の No, the station is next to Shibuya. A senior from your course fitted you with contact lenses yesterday, so this is my second day wearing them. They're really interesting. I noticed the lenses have katakana on the blister packs. Oh, that's interesting. How's when you say it's a interesting experience, how is it? Did you do some cartwheels and somersaults and handstands to test out the fit? I'm kidding, but maybe crab walk? Do some calisthenics, roll around. The first time I had contact lenses for on and off. Like I have like one-time use contact lenses on the side, just stored like one pack on the side whenever I have to have the occasional like physical event, like if I go out to a running event or a dear me mud runner. A mud run can be a little challenging because you get mud in your eyes quite often, but that's perfectly all right. But yeah, you share an image of them with your Japanese friend, and finally enough he wears the same ones. In Japan they're called akuaro usu. Akuaro. Maybe like accurate cups. You know, like contact, like where does the akuaro? It kind of sounds like accurate cups. Aqua locks, I think. Oh, aqua locks. What the? Oh, that kind of makes sense actually. Oh, I see what they mean by aqua locks. That's actually pretty clever. It's kind of sort of describing what it actually is. Like the contact lenses. Interesting. Aqua locks, huh? I was thinking more like accuracy cups. You know, like it's concave, like the shape. They kind of look like cups, and then when you put them on, it increases the accuracy. Here they're just called infused. They're made by, oh yeah, Bausch and Lomb. Yep, Bausch and Lomb. Bausch. I don't remember how to pronounce their things, but which is a couple hours away from you. Oh, you actually are next to the head, an HQ of it. That's interesting. Yo, what do I use? Yeah, I still have like half a box of AcroView 2 thing. I think they are probably, I might have to discard them soon at some point, largely due to I haven't gone out to do physical events in a long while, and they have technically contacts have like pretty decent shelf life, but they're not indefinite shelf life. You got them for free from your college, but I looked them up on some website, and my goodness, they're expensive. Yeah, it's basically one yes, $1 a lens for dailies. That's fairly reasonable. That's a pretty reasonable price. $1 a lens. That's a very reasonable price. And I'm guessing it's probably gonna be a vendor like 1-800 Contacts or something like that. Not sponsored, by the way. For screen time and stuff, you'll probably see me nonstop using glasses because contacts does this thing where it sucks the moisture out of your eyes if you stop blinking. If your frequency of blinking changes, and oftentimes when you're looking at a screen or a fixated distance, you blink less frequently. Sometimes you could try to actively remind yourself to blink, but contact lenses get really ripped out. Like it starts sucking the moisture out of your eyes. It enhances how the contact is creating a barrier between you blinking and the material itself. So remember to blink. Remember to blink when you're wearing contacts and staring at a like a fixed distance. Or if you get too focused on something like reading with contacts, when you're like reading text and you're just hard grind, don't forget to blink. Gotta wet those eyes. There are people who use if they're used to wearing contacts, like there are people who glasses can't really, they don't work as well as contacts because contacts can kind of address some things that glasses may not be as convenient. So for those people, they actually use eye drops. Like they add eye drops to their routine every once in a while when they're doing something like this. It's just incredibly interesting to you as well how you can take something so soft and malleable as silicone hydrogel, yeah, and just slip it on an eyeball with certain curves, yeah. To like contacts have that wonderful advantage of being able to create like a curvature, right? Like to complement the curvature that is causing maybe like astigmatism and whatnot. And I think one of the things that I enjoy quite a lot about contact lenses is astigmatism is addressed even further. Like at least from a practical sense for me, if you have like a very noticeable astigmatism, especially at night driving, contact lenses go a long way. So, and oftentimes when I was driving back in the day, I would leave for a physical event, like a running event or something. So I would wear contacts during that trip. The clarity of your vision through a contact lens I feel is greater than through your glasses, but your lenses are made from polycarbonate, which isn't the best of see-through. Oh, so you skimped out on your glasses, Valentine. Do I have to go? No, I'm just kidding. I was like joking, like, do I have to go into a 4-hour discussion about how the things you use every day in life is worth the potential exponential cost? I'm kidding. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're having a positive experience with contact lenses. There are quite a lot of early insecurities about wearing contact lenses for someone who wears prescription glasses. I think I tried out contact lenses about 2 or 3 years after I got maybe 3 or 4 years after I got hit in the face multiple times while wearing glasses. Can't help it. You're in high school, you go to a PE class and someone's gonna spike a volleyball right into your face, right? That's gonna happen. Or play dodgeball and someone deliberately throws a ball at your face, right? Kids. Unless you go the other direction and get a pair of rec specs. I don't know if they still make rec specs where they make like glasses deliberately made to take like blunt force trauma to the face.
Shinjuku.
Shinjuku. Whoops.
Shinjuku.
Des. You'll definitely continue wearing your glasses. I really like your frames, and honestly, putting the contacts in is a bit of a pain. It certainly is. Who wants to physically touch their own eyeballs, right? Kind of gross. well, you hope you don't touch it with your fingers, right? One thing I would say is eye fatigue in the morning is something that can play a really strong role on putting on contacts routinely. When you get up in the morning, your eyes are incredibly sensitive. Like it's like most things when you are in a state of sleep and then you get up. And oftentimes, if people wear contacts daily, the first time they would put on their contacts would be early in the morning, right? Oftentimes, I found that a routine where you wake up early in the morning, you still rely on your frames, and then you go out and work out or something, get your body acclimated to being up, right? Having wind hit your eyes and whatnot, and then put on your contacts. But the thing that I've discovered a lot is if you don't do morning activities or anything like that and you go straight to your contacts, it can be a hit or miss because your eyes are so like sensitive. And if you're prone to being a groggy early morninger, then that routine can be really non-sustainable because your eyes are incredibly sensitive and if not a bit low droopy in the morning if you're not an early riser or someone who feels very pep straight out the gate. I would say I'm about a 6 out of 10 most of the time. I'm slightly above average when I pop out of bed. However, that run, I choose to run in the morning because energy levels are high, but boy, do my eyes. Sometimes, this is going to sound really peculiar, but I live in a neighborhood, there aren't a lot of cars, but half the time, if I go out really, really early to run, like, straight from getting up to running, I kind of close my eyes when I'm running. I run the same path for so long now. I largely rely on my ears and like the feeling of my foot hitting the ground when running. So oftentimes I would like close my eyes, not necessarily always out of fatigue, but more for I want to imagine myself somewhere else or like taking in more senses. So I sometimes I would run like a quarter or half the distance with my eyes closed because it's a straightaway. There's like 4 straightaways and then 2 bends. As what you do in this morning? I would describe myself as a minute man every day. I get up and my morning routine is to throw my clothes on, brush your teeth, and leave for school. Oh, okay. You don't really do much before the start of your routine. The start of your routine is the required task of the day for me, so to speak. It's more, I'm still the same. Like what I mean, the last thing is your routine, you start a routine. There are people who don't have routines. My routine is to wake up and sit down, warm my body up and warm up. That's still a routine. But there are people who don't have routine. As in, contacts are not for those who do not have routines, in my opinion, in the morning. So, even if you're someone who gets up and go right out the door, the contacts could ruin someone who don't have a routine, like someone who occasionally have off nights and then occasionally have on nights. So you and I both have routines. We just choose to have different types of routines in the morning, like running with your eyes closed. Your morning routine is usually fairly slow unless you oversleep. Hopefully that works, right? And then you don't miss what you have to do, right? Yeah, I like hearing about morning routines. My morning routine is the moment I open my eyes is when I feel that my body gets slightly cold. So what I mean is it's warm until it's not. So I get up, I would reach over, look at my phone, check the time, right? Specifically the time. I don't have any other form of clocks. So, always on display. Lift it up, it shows the time. Then I do this like, I sleep on the floor, by the way. Not like directly on the floor, but I sleep on floor level, like a futon, right? I get up and I do a squat straight up. Sit right here. My bed is like legitimately rotating. I rotate this chair around and I squat down, go to bed, right? And I get up, look at my clock, squat up, right? From a squatting position, get on the seat here. I have a hot air device, air purifier device here. I turn it on to a temperature that gets my muscle warmer than I usually am because it started cooling down. Your body warms up as it's getting ready to get up. And then if it's a cold day, it would start to cool down. So that's like my morning wake up call. I get up, I turn this on for like a minute or two, like start rubbing out my legs, right? Get them ready for the run. And then change my clothes into my running clothes, straight out the door, come back, then I wash up, change into my indoor clothes, which you'll probably see me wear all the time, and get a light snack, and then I'm on stream. So here we are now. After this stream goes off, right, I would eat dinner. Read as many things as I can possibly do, and practice and update as much topical things as possible. So this is just taking in knowledge, not really like practicing anything. It's to update myself with the current situation, come up with ideas, address ideas. Then I would turn on my hot cold device and cool myself down and go to bed. Yeah, that's probably 80% of it. All the other stuff fits in somewhere in that big template, the template routine. You usually wake up at 5 a.m., turn off my alarm till my second one around 30 minutes later. Okay, brush your teeth, get dressed, talk with my brother for and around an hour, then head to school. Oh, that's a pretty nice one. You throw in some socializing too. Yeah, this is as much socializing as I get on a daily basis. I usually spend most of my time alone. I know how that sounds. Alone, and I'm brainstorming topical discussions for a future thing. And since most of my time is spent speaking, I save that social time for now. Hence why I suppose I'm always ready to have a discussion. I'm prepared to have a discussion. Sometimes you wake up at the first alarm, though if I plan on getting something extra done in the morning. Ah, very nice. You got like a more flexibility in your alarm. Yeah. My first fork in decision making is when I get up and I turn this device on for like a minute or two. I feel out my legs. So I do like seated extensions. I get up a little, do some standing squats, maybe some calf raises, and then like kick around and extend my legs and stuff to see where my legs are. So over time now, I stopped doing the whole performance gain thing where like you're constantly pushing yourself harder. I'm more like checking for how my legs and my calves and thighs feel. So then I get an idea of how much above the current baseline that I want to push for. So that's usually when my fork happens. And probably the same way I would approach it like an event day. Like if I had to go for a 5-hour drive or something right after, I kind of be able to gauge how well I can handle that 5-hour drive.
その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。
If I'm very tired, I consider some meditative routines thrown in. There's like it's kind of funny. I would love to see other people's flowcharts. So like you could do a flowchart where like this is the start of the day, right? And then you try to create a template description of what you do 80% of the time. As in what I mean is, or maybe even greater than 50% of the time. So you have a stencil, right? Like this, as time proceeds going down, you have some additional forks, right? Some loops as you're going down. And then you have alternative loops in decision making that's inputted in various places, or contingencies or like events and whatnot, to say like everything outside of this routine, this is your routine, and then everything else is auxiliary to that. And to see what it's like, to compare it between like, I would love to have like a database of different people, different backgrounds, different, occupations, and then seeing, obviously you can't have this, it's more like a privacy thing, so this stuff is more like a idealistic dream of a system where you can then use like filtering systems, like dear me, AI assisted pattern recognition to bootstrap and data mine through these routines to see if you can experiment with your routine. So there are systems in place like these and data mine things like these out there already. However, there's always a contingency of privacy, right? Privacy and the accuracy of that information. Self-reporting can be nebulous, right? Self-reporting can be bias, right? And it's also a selection bias for these type of things. Like those who are willing to forego privacy to provide accuracy. And however, you can probably do this with your close friends or your family collectively and integrate new patterns. I call these like little Y intersections habits. A lot of times these are habit units or atomic habit units, right? I thought about writing these things in a formal way. However, I feel like it can be misguided or it can be misused. So I haven't really crossed that idea of publishing something that is for fun, but also could be misused. I have often worried about these type of things. Anyways, there are other people who do these things. I think what's his name? A certain person who talks about mental health a lot and gaming and build their things and have an official practice. I think they sell a program that kind of looks like this too, where it creates like decision making webs, right, for the day, and or for like analyzing your therapy and your mental health. It would look something like this, like a decision making web. It's very similar. I don't think anything I have or say typically is novel in terms of its analytical properties. Generally, anecdotal sharing is what's novel. Like my life is rarely ever, I like to think I'm not easily replicated, right? The actual anecdote of my life, but the framework of how routines work tend to share a lot of similar foundations between people who share time with each other, right? People who end up resonating with each other. If you don't resonate with someone, usually there's some very foundational things that are very different. And that's probably also reflected in the difference in routine. I don't think the three of us perhaps vary that substantially when it comes to the moving parts. Anyways, good. Excellent. Excellent. It's an excellent topic to talk about in the future. It's an excellent topic. I don't think there's a... Oh, welcome back. Sorry. Okaeri nasai. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who has ever expressed an interest in that type of thing, at least coming from me. And it's probably too I would say it's very long.
その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。
交差点。その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。I did do like a slight brief tentative outline of how I develop study plans for myself. Whether that's useful or not, it's oftentimes my apprehension about doing improvisational study plans or life plans or lifestyle plans largely is due to the idea that I prefer it to be helpful to one person than trying to be semi-helpful to millions of people. I know how that sounds, but generally speaking, I have a natural fear of accountability. So accountability requires that I don't divide my attention. And for better or for worse, I'm more of a person who is inclined when someone is incredibly amenable that I devote appropriate amount of attention and data gathering before suggesting something. I did work out some general ways of portraying or like disseminating curiosity, right? So the stuff that I've already prepared. I've actually prepared this discussion in advance. So the thing when I was drawing, like I was drawing down here, routines and units and this type of thing, I've already prepared this in advance. Most of the stuff that I talk about that might seem a little surface level, I'm making them sound superficial, largely because if I provide specifics, then you'll have that person that says, it depends. Like, well, yes, it depends. So I prefer to offer a superficial template because largely it does depend. And what I follow up with is, can you tell me how it depends for you? Right? You. So I'm asking you what your dependencies are. As opposed to it depends as a way to be fair to everyone else. Right? So one of the downsides of providing a specific plan, often then it gives the person to counter argue. They would more inclined to counter argue with specifics, and then then it goes back to it depends again. Happens quite often. Instead, I prefer to ask the person, well, what do you depend on? That's the conversation we're having, right? Overgeneralization tends to have normalized the whole idea that everyone has their opinions. It's like, well, yes, I'm aware that everyone has their opinions and their subjectivity and stuff. My question is, we are two human beings and we are talking to each other about each other's opinion, not a representation of everyone else, right? I think there's a little bit more to that I want to say. However, I think the take-home message here is when people ask me about general recommendations and general things, I share anecdotes. I share other people's anecdotes in order to inspire someone to consider different things, as opposed to providing some overarching prescription for everyone. You've never thought about starting conversations surface level for the purpose of understanding the other's dependency in a conversation largely based on dependency? Smart way of thinking. Yeah. This to me is an adjustment. Like, I don't think this was always the case. I don't think this was always the case. However, nowadays, because of the way people socialize online, right? I'm the main character of my world. You're the main character of your world. So in order to circumvent potential friction, oftentimes if you say superficial things, a lot of times one of the worst case scenarios you can get is someone's like saying, why don't you ever share your own opinions? Like, what are you afraid of? And then you get called a snowflake or something like that, right? And my answer is what I just described now. My motivation to start on superficial topics and general things is to prompt someone to investigate or depends. So if someone goes out of their way to say it depends on something, tell me what it depends on for you. And what happens is it's less likely to create a friction that makes you sound like you're presuming a lot of things about other people. And at the same time, you're not really showing your hand on anything other than someone saying, why are you so careful and tiptoeing? And my response to that in terms of the whole emotional ad hominem argument is that I prefer to listen to other people before forcing them to listen to what I have to say. That is not what a overly sensitive, insecure person have problems with. It's actually the opposite. When someone calls you, why are you so precarious and being careful and politically polite or something? Are you afraid of being hurt? It's like, no, that's exactly why I do the way I do, because I don't need to share my opinions to feel like I'm a strong person. Like, I'm motivated by what other people want to share with me. So if there's anyone who isn't weak, is a person who doesn't need to stand out in order to feel strong or influential. It's a person who's willing to start by listening to other people, because they don't need to feel self-importance in a conversation in order to be important to another person. You listen first, then you respond, right? At least that's my counter argument. I think it's served me very well up to this point, until there's a paradigm shift in the way the internet promotes conversation. So I might sound like someone that doesn't behave like a lot of internet people. However, I think it gives me an edge in knowing who is willing to invest in a conversation and who isn't. So then you can control your own feelings, right? But you don't end up investing in people who are there to say hi. No offense, right? Hi, how are you? And then someone stops by and say, I think Duolingo is trash. Bye. Like, okay, well, I would have loved to hear why they think Duolingo was trash, so then we could talk about it. But since the person didn't bother staying long enough to do it, then I have the evidence necessary to understand that at least I didn't go out of my way to presume they cared about Duolingo and then feel betrayed about it, or, you know, all the presumptions that come with it. Right? Anyways. Try it out, I suppose. I'm not suggesting this is like a panacea for approaching strangers. But generally speaking, for those who are very socially anxious, perhaps, and I think there are quite a lot of them, the way I approach conversation topics might be a potential avenue for people to overcome insecurities, right? When someone says, oh man, I don't know what to say to someone, like, I get nervous, maybe I run out of ideas, let them provide the ideas. You can start there if you want. If both of you don't have ideas, you can share the idea that both of you don't have ideas. It's like, how do you deal with not having ideas, right? Two people come together, they're both socially awkward, and they both think that they don't have ideas, so they don't have anything to talk about, right? And the idea is, well, hey, what do you think about being nervous and suddenly running out of ideas and the conversation stops? It itself is a conversation in itself, right? Anyways, Duolingo, if I type using my own words and keyboard, is wrong even though it's correct. in daily use. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is certainly one of Duolingo's experiences. Today's one was, the one that I had was, she will read, I don't know if you were here. I think you were here. She will read the letter, right? I wrote, she will read the letter, and they wanted, I will read the letter. And you're, maybe you figured out why I said she as opposed to I. Because most of the time, when I think of an implicit topic, right? In this, it's a simple sentence, so there's no topic involved. The actual Japanese phrase does not have a topic, right? It's an implied topic. It's an implicit topic. So I deliberately say someone else. I imagine someone else before I do things. So this was marked wrong, by the way. She was marked wrong, and it's either. However, my natural tendencies when I use my own word is I think about what other people are doing first. Like when I write a sentence, I'm describing something, and most of the time I don't internalize it. I'm not concerned about what I'm doing at first. I typically concern myself with others. So when I see like she, he, I would probably choose she or he first before I choose I. It's a tendency that I do a lot. Or they, I suppose. This is not a commentary on the whole other controversial topic about pronouns. This is a more of a internalizing and externalizing situation. I have plenty of time to worry about what I'm doing. I have less opportunities to worry about what other people are doing, and not in an and trying not to be like an obsessive thing. I have time to concern myself with what other people do. It's very different, in my opinion, from the poor, bad acting representation of people who are overly concerned with other people when they themselves do not have a healthy routine or lifestyle, right? So oftentimes people talk about you do you. Don't let anyone affect the things you want to do and you love to do. Those situations, that type of advice, in my opinion, generally helps someone who is overly concerned with someone else, as in they don't have the time and luxury, yet they continue to do it. And for me, it's kind of the opposite. I choose to do it because I have time to do it. And that's how this relates to the first digression, is that my conversational techniques that I choose to do helps me more likely get more information and make the other person feel like I'm listening, right? Because I want them to know that I'm listening. I want you to share things with me because you are important. I'm not on here for self-importance. I don't want to give people them. It's great, by the way. It's super wonderful. It's a great feeling when people come by and say, you're the reason why this is awesome and whatnot. That's great. However, I want to be able to say the exact same thing. I get on because there are people who I interact with. I don't necessarily get on motivated by the idea that it makes me more important. I think I can be important without being online, without having likes or views or anything. I've done, I think conservatively, I have felt important in my life already by things that I do before streaming, before the internet. So that's kind of an experience that I think there's a large majority of people online that do not have that experience elsewhere. And it can be very hard to understand that if you're a person who has a loving family, loving friends outside of the internet, right? A professional career outside of the internet. And it's the type of interaction that personally I want to bridge, in my opinion. I think that is going to be a bridge until it's not, until people like the millennials pass away from old age. Then that might be an entirely different story. For now, though, for as long as I'm alive, this is going to be a bridge that I talk about quite a lot. And Duolingo represents kind of that too. So here's a deep cut churn. If we're thinking about language learning, right? And we're thinking about tendencies and what is considered your own words and what's considered normal or daily use. Imagine a world where the vast majority of knowledge and conditioning comes from an online source. I'm not saying that's Duolingo. Perhaps. The idea is, if you understand, if you knowingly come to an environment where the vast majority of people learned language and something a certain way, would you choose to first introduce yourself by projecting what you do and what you do on a daily basis when you clearly know that the other group doesn't do this? That is definitely a choice you can make if you had the knowledge to do so. So my selection to hear and enable people to tell me their position before responding is usually the consequence. So when someone tells me they hate me, the first question I ask is, can you explain that to me? If they're gone, then you don't really lose anything. When someone tells you they absolutely hate you, you only have in my opinion, the knowledge that is most important to me is finding out why that person hates me, not how they should feel about me, in my opinion, because you're willing to gamble that you have control over what comes after versus what them trying to control how they hate you, right? So that's kind of the whole Duolingo thing as well. When someone comes to me and towards me or at me for using Duolingo, they're telling me what they believe, so then I get that information. Do they stay on understanding that they understand nothing about me in return? They don't. They're presuming they do. So there's only a one direction exchange. I'm growing. I'm getting more knowledge. That person is not getting or learning anything. Right? They don't get anything from me. They don't get any, and they might get some pleasure for themselves, but they didn't get it from me. I didn't feed their anger. They don't know anything about me. They didn't gain anything about me. They didn't learn anything. They didn't practice anything they didn't already practice the rest of their lives. So how does that person look in another 50 or 60 years? Probably the same unchanged person, unless they meet another person who's equally as powerful as projecting their own hatred. So that hateful person could end up meeting an equally hateful person back at them, and then that's how they define their reality. They define their reality that, oh, Duolingo is like a cult, and the people they interact with, quote unquote, interact with, as in the people that they are able to interact with, defend vehemently Duolingo, and then the people that Duolingo person interacts with vehemently attacks Duolingo. And that's what you get on the internet. That is what you see on the internet. And that creates the echo chamber. Not me sitting here watching two people duke it out and being indifferent and only seeing two of the same personalities, fundamental personalities, who had a chicken or the egg problem. For the right hand, they fell in love with Duolingo. On the left hand, they didn't. They fight each other exactly the same way. They could practically become friends if it wasn't for the existence of Duolingo. for me, I've learned that I could tiptoe around either of those situations by understanding that those people just want to be heard. So, going back to that first topic, right? Yeah, and I smile because if someone is hating me, I can smile back. That's, or maybe like as calmly as possible, try to diffuse their hatred for something. It's very, streaming has offered me a lot of experience that I can use, and I can earnestly say 6 years plus, right? Where are we at now? I think we're at 6 years plus, has made me all the more comfortable in this day. Hang on, let me do the calculations. I actually put the number on each stream. So we're at 2,250 since I started. So let's divide that by 365, shall we? Yeah, we're over 6 years. Yeah, 6.16 years. And largely my mannerisms haven't changed too much. The context and semantics probably have changed. And I feel like I can talk with most things. When it started, I talked around most things, right? There's a very, very subtle difference between feeling like you're heard and feeling like you're being deflected. I feel like bad actors or people who are very unaware of their own social environment tends to accumulate a lot of experiences that confirms their experience, as opposed to stay long enough to discover that humans are quite dynamic after a while. It is kind of a low point in this discussion to end with the idea that I hope in the future this is not the case, right? People sit around, share a drink, pull up a drink, and have a conversation. This is the closest, one of the closer ways to achieve that all day. You feel like you can talk with or about nearly anything fairly well. That's excellent, and that will go a long way. It makes life a lot less self-defeating. I think when you can feel like you're comfortable in talking with and about nearly anything, and that gets reaffirmed and whatnot, and you continue to like talk about different things, I think that gives someone a lifetime of joy that is underappreciated nowadays. That is very underrated comment, and it's not necessarily if you literally do those things, right? Like when someone says, no, you can't. It's like, here, I'll challenge you. That's not quite where I'm getting when you say, I feel like you can. As long as you feel like you can, you are more likely to talk about anything, right? And that idea opens opportunities that no longer exist or get normalized in the internet space. How do people talk about things now? They talk about the things they want to talk about, and then they avoid and block and refuse to talk about the things they don't want to talk about. And when you do that for maybe 5 years or so, or you do that while growing up, then your social norm is you tell people your opinions and you never grow or learn from anything, from expressing that. You learn and reinforce your own opinions, and you learn that you actually don't talk to anyone. You yell at them. You talk at them. You don't talk with or about different things. You talk at people. So you make a comment and you leave. No growth, no social growth whatsoever, in my opinion. Maybe some negligible growth when someone like a unstoppable force meets an unmovable wall situation where someone yells at someone and then that person yells back because they are in fact as egregiously ignorant back, right? Like this person's hateful meets another equally as hateful and avoidant person, then there might be some growth there. And I talk about growth because you'd be with enough interactions between two people who are like of similar personality in that situation, the violent interaction could be prolonged enough that those people could change each other's lives. They could become more reasonable in the long run. And it doesn't work out most of the time because it can get very violent, right? Vitriol heaps. Vitriol like personalities tend to repulse each other as much as they bring each other together. I like to think that those become learning experiences too, right? When someone spreads hate, eventually they will encounter hate because the people who want to interact with them are people who are likely hateful enough to interact with a hateful person. Unless they're directly harming someone, the idea is if you're expressing hateful opinions, the people who might talk to you are people who also equally either express the same hateful opinion or a counter stronger, if not equivalent, hateful comment. So then when you talk to someone, their life might be the world is a hateful place. You know, their perspective would be, I've self-selected myself. The only people that I would typically sit around and talk to me would be people who are equally as hateful. And if you're not with me, then you're against me. So all your friends will be equally as hateful towards the same things, and all your opponents would be equally hateful towards you. And what happens then, in my opinion, is the extreme behavior that is enriched on the internet, right? It's us versus them. And hopefully that's not the case for the future. I think sitting down and saying you can feel like you can talk with and about a lot of things shares the feeling that everyone in between the extremes are the things the people at the extremes don't see, right? If you think you're truly an agreeable person, you look to your friends. You look at your friends, your colleagues, your family. Are they agreeable people? Do they have lots of varying differences? That is observational and converging evidence that you are a person that's able to talk with and about a lot of things. You don't necessarily have to be extroverted to have people around you who literally cannot necessarily agree on an interest or most important interest, yet you talk to them, right? You trust them. There are fundamentals that exist for the human condition that creates togetherness that isn't starting at the superficial level. However, to converse with a stranger, I choose to start at the superficial level because going deep really quickly would mark me as someone who's extreme, right? When someone says, they come in and say, you have to hate Duolingo if you're a serious language learner, that immediately circumvents all the steps of knowing a person. And then that person literally says, basically, I know you well enough. Trust me, bro. And my thought is, well, I'm still up here. Can you explain it to me? So I will take the person's opinion, go back to the beginning, and ask them to explain all the steps to me. If you cannot, then in my opinion, it will be very difficult for me to understand you. So let's let bygones be bygones and hope that you find someone who resonates with you. If you don't like starting over and talking to a stranger as though they were a person, then you can continue to decide to act like you know everything and project your opinion as though you knew everything about the other person. I think nowadays, if you're someone who is able to talk about anything, about nearly anything fairly well, to me, it's a great advantage. It's a advantage in the sense of its scarcity. Because the people who can tend not to be in an environment that are filled with extreme behaviors, right? And one of them would be something like TikTok or like interacting, right? They'd be the watchers. There's one last hot take that I often want to say about extreme behaviors and takes. What you don't see, what you don't hear, what you don't experience, basically the bottom line is experience, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm using the negative sense because that's the most resonating point. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And in this case, one of the biggest take-home hot takes is that what doesn't exist can end up, right, being the majority. Can end up being the majority. So when people go around and say, oh, you know, all these people always act like this, all these people are like, everyone hates me, everyone's out there to scam each other, my first question is, can you describe the environment that you're in? Like, what do you think about yourself? What are your friends like? What are your family like? Because if they don't have the opportunity to experience any difference, then my first thought is, okay, now I understand. So let's talk about other things carefully, about how other things exist. Since you're talking to me, may I share with you that I exist. Now that I understand your position, because you basically described a whole life in which everyone betrayed everyone, everyone had problems trusting with everyone, then it will feel like everyone hates each other and don't exist, like basically yell at each other and whatnot. I understand that now, because that's the only experience you have. You have a natural, or one would say, you find yourself, because I'm not saying this, I'm not presuming this anymore. That person literally described the environment they're in, and yeah, that pretty much describes everyone. Now, then I can acknowledge that and say, I exist. So let me share my experience, knowing that you are generous enough to spare me your time in telling me what your environment's like. If you spend most of your life being hated on, and then you reflect being hated on all the time, that sucks. I want to tell you that I have a different experience. Please be open, perhaps, to sharing with someone who doesn't spend most of their time extremely behaving, and you might like it. If you don't like it, definitely feel free to go on and live your life with your choices, right? I can't do anything about that. However, the idea is, maybe I can change their mind, knowing that I'm a person who's willing to listen to how their environment is. That's one of the ways to connect to someone who has traumatic experiences, right? If you yourself do not experience those traumatic experiences, you have to establish a level of understanding that they get to say their piece. And then you find that you can reciprocate your piece and assure them that you're not imaginary. Like, you're trying to illustrate that their reality does not include people like you, right? Or a differing opinion. So naturally it connects back to why I start superficial. I start superficial with an open approach to having people share something. If they don't share anything, then you default, in my opinion, then I would typically default to pleasantries, right? Pleasantries are ubiquitous. They are ubiquitous on the internet. It's to the point where people meme with controversial topics as a form of pleasantry. Like, yeah, you know, them people are not so great, right? Haha, haha. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why do you think that? And they're like, oh, you know, just joking around. It's like, oh, okay. Well, sorry, I don't resonate. However, I can see how that might be funny, right? You've met some people that were hateful purely due to their surrounding, and when met with someone in the exact same situation, they either bring each other up into a better space. Oh, that's kind of cute. I would like to hope that is the case. However, it could the opposite and happens. Yeah, it could create an echo chamber. Yeah, I forgot to mention the opposite, right? The quote unquote as a contrast. The echo chamber could be even bigger, which it exacerbates. It exacerbates in both ways, right? There's an echo chamber effect when two people meet, and it can either go gloriously well because it's using two extremes and they either clash or they don't, and can explosively be dissonant, right? Explosively be dissonant, and it's echoed a lot. Arguably the minority opinion of hateful extreme behavior, right? We have to, at least I think right now, it's not a bimodal distribution of hate, like extreme behavior. It's more like still a distribution, right? What I mean is, it's not this is not the internet's distribution of behavior. It's still more, maybe it's slightly heightened now, but there's still like there's still a distribution, right, in the middle, right? So if you take it in reality, there are more people here than they are here at the extreme ends. So what happens though is when these people meet and or clash, in a way, the echo chamber of the internet, basically sensationalism, algorithm based stuff, will raise their influence disproportionately. So then you have this type of output in terms of influence. Basically, a smaller subset of groups at the end have louder effects and voices due to how well the echo chamber happens. And not necessarily like propaganda by people. The system itself, like the internet, propagates this. And the internet is agnostic in a sense, as in like it's a mechanical thing where it selects for these things, like business, whatever the practice is, it happens to encourage this at the moment. How you moderate this is being discussed. I'm going to say it's being discussed, and different ideas are being used at the moment, right? Like things of moderation, different elements of moderation. But at the moment, this is what I feel is a very conservative portrayal of what it's like at the moment. Maybe it'll change in the future. Yeah, the ignorance of both people clashing, yeah. or the opposite, because of the stubborn ignorance, like the unamenable interest. Ima. Oh, okay. Let's see. What did you do while playing game? Ima wa game. Ima wa game no so what is that? Something. Oh, your game ended? Oh, wait, which game is it? I don't know what that means either. Something. Resting? Itai desu ka? No. No. No, that's not what that is. Resting doesn't have that. I don't know what that means. And kumu. Kume kono yaro. Let's do this. Okay. Watashi no hon ni. Watashi. Oh no, that's not home. That's body. Body. What's oh no? What's body? It's body. So body and ni something no strong arimasu. Oh, fire. That guy looks like fire. Okay, so I don't know what this is in reference to, but all I get is the game ended. It's the end of the yeah, it's the end of the game. Some comments. Let's do this. Something about your body and fight or fire. But I don't know what it's referring to. I don't know what it's referring to. And who's Kume? Is Kume a... Alright. I'll leave it up to you to explain that to me. Sono okina. Okay. That big. It's a little dangerous. Is there a maid at your house?
家
家に
にメイド あなた
あなたの家には
は
メイド
に
にはメイド No, just
は
メイドメイドはありますかねいますか Oh no, ありますか Whoops いますか
いまか
いる
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
Talk about a maid here. 原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。Okay. Sorry. I read Churn's sentence without reading it. Like I translated Churn's. I'm like, we translated to English. Sorry. Yeah. Bun wa mayo. Is that mayo? Yeah, mayota. Mayota. Ego no. I don't know what translate is, but I know it's translate. Translate shite kudasai. What is translate? It's probably like hon honyaku shite. Probably honyaku. Yeah, honyaku shite. Honyaku shite kudasai. Yeah, reading kanji is kind of funny, translationally. I think I got hon. Yeah, I think I got the hon part. I got this character already, the hon part. So I basically just guessed. I'm like, oh yeah, that's got to be translated. And then the other one's got to be confused because if Churn is asking to translate, it's got to be confused. I have like bits and pieces. Okay. But real talk, there are words that kanji comes first. There are words that sound come first, and there are words that reading comes first. I don't know if this makes sense. So I have certain words that are strong when I see the kanji, right? Or sorry, not kanji. This is more sound and reading, right? I have words that are stronger if I know the sound. Oh, it was context. So I have certain things that contexts are stronger. And then some things sound comes stronger, but sound is not relevant here. And then reading certain like kanji comes first. So what happens is when I'm reading, there are words like, oh yeah, okay, I get the gist. And then, oh yeah, I get the gist, but it's coming from a different source. I prefer sound, yes, because you got to understand what other people say. Yeah, I prefer sound most of the time. Unfortunately, you guys aren't going to send me voice samples. So you know, that's the... Yeah, sound is my strongest suit. It's largely what I do most of the time. In English, sound speaking patterns tell the most. With that said, all the stuff that I talk about largely comes from sound and writing. Most of my experience when I'm talking to Twitch, right, on Twitch, is coming from reading and stuff. So this is me practicing reading comprehension and reading in between the lines and all that. So this is less emphasized. It's a bit underrated. If most of the time you spend texting people, right, you can choose to rely on the limitations of text, as in lots of people would focus on the idea that, oh yeah, there's no subtext, for lack of a better word, sorry, this is a pun, a subtext in texting, but there is. The idea is you view texting across a body of text, right? This is, in my opinion, how some people treat speech. And then, in my opinion, people who self-select themselves and say that you can't have subtext in texting. You have to be explicit, right? Explicit because it's limiting. And their argument is it's not the same as speech. And I agree. It literally is not the same as speech. However, that subtext of texting is understood differently. Like, how do you get someone when they only text you to go along in a way that is useful, like speech? And since I spend most of my time speaking to people where they text back to me, with 6 years of experience, when you're analytically used to looking at collective messages and their patterns and whatnot, you kind of get another level of nuance, right? However, in the long run, when someone chooses to speak, I am most inclined. Actually, here's another thing. Not only is it speech, when you have speech and vision, And what I'm talking about, the other thing that most people don't do very often now is nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication, that's when it hits all cylinders. And what happens here is, think about an interview. Meeting in person. In fact, I have become a little rusty in this. I recently met up with one of my closest friends, right? And my fluency in IRL meetings took a little bit of a hit. It wasn't as efficient anymore. But my efficiency went down. Like, I noticed that I'm taking in so much more stimuli, right? Like I notice a lot of things, and what happens is it slows down my speech. Right? Because when you become under practice, you don't practice hanging out with people IRL anymore, even when you came from a background that you spend nearly all your time talking to an actual person with their nonverbal cues and all that, and body language and whatnot. You get really used to the stuff, the pattern, the current situation. But now when I encountered my closest friend and their friend, which I've met recently, I'm very engaged. You know, it's kind of like learning a new language, right? I'm looking at it and there's so much to take in. And what happens is it slows down your output, right? Your output slows down. So there were moments in there where it collectively took me a while to determine, like, okay, all right, clothing, hair, like posture, right? So it used to be very, very quick. Like, I used to do those things where you walk in, you start organizing your thoughts, you look at all the patterns and whatnot, you say something, then you analyze, like, okay, it looks like lots of tells, their body language, right? And then you correlate it with their speech pattern. And then if you ever do anything visual, like texting, drawing, or presenting a presentation, then you have other stimuli to process. So that kind of thing, all those things are incredibly intuitive over time because you do it so often. And now, since I spend like 80 to 90% of the time either exchanging text messages, right? Exchanging text messages, occasionally being on voice chat without any visual accommodation for nonverbal communication. That nonverbal communication becomes like, there's so much going on, right? And what I'm describing here is what happens if you have, for example, ADHD. And I'm not saying I do, and I'm not saying everyone experiences to the same extent. The idea is it can be very crippling when you have too much stimuli all at once, right? However, you can collect so much information. Like, there's just so much information going on the most incredible level of interacting with someone literally in the same space. And that to me is why I often think perhaps I might give the impression that I'm okay with speech and okay with reading and whatnot, but it pales in comparison to having to integrate all of this stuff at the same time. So one-on-ones might be okay as a start, but then you go into a party situation and my brain is fried. Like, party situations are really tough, and I do that once in a blue moon. You could get used to it by always going to like really large social events constantly, but I can't process that it's incredibly overwhelming. And the thing that I'm describing is not necessarily ADHD, in my opinion. It's describing the social anxiety that, in my opinion, is not necessarily the cause by ADHD, but it's a social anxiety due to lack of practice and familiarity. So most of the time nowadays, I think this is a little bit of a controversial topic. People who have social anxiety that often is seen as a symptom of ADHD as opposed to social anxiety as a symptom of a lack of practice or a lack of familiarity. And when I talk to people about things that can be tangentially related to social anxiety, this topic comes up a lot, and my way to empathize with them is I describe how I feel, right? How I feel when I'm tackling social anxiety. And oftentimes the person's like, oh yeah, I feel exactly like that. It's like, well, that's not ADHD. And at least I don't feel like it's the extreme case of ADHD. It's I explain what it's like to feel like doing something that you're uncomfortable with, not accustomed to, you're way out of your element, and you're heavily engaged with the topic, right? What when you meet someone in real life, you almost forcibly have to overwhelmingly engage yourself with that person. And if you spend 80 to 90% of your time not doing that by texting and only being in VChat, right? Adding a separate stimuli is incredibly overwhelming. You spend most of your time doing this pretty much practically as and it's crazy. So, you know, that's another topic for another day, though. It's kind of a hot topic. Personally, I'm glad to hear that when people get their like diagnoses, for example, ADHD diagnoses, they continue to say, well, I know how to take this in strides and address the things. But I think social anxiety is a consequence that everyone experiences because of the egregious difference. Are you saying you can read better than listening? Yeah, that's a very common problem. Yeah. Boku wa same? Is that feel the same? I don't. I wish? Oh. Oh. Wait. No Zomu. You wish you could read better than you listen? Huh. Interesting. No, I mean, what Yumeko said. So you listen better than you read, or how's that working for you? I think most of the time now I still respond in English even though I read the sentences in Japanese. I think I'm more inclined to do my Chinese ways where like someone would talk to me in Mandarin, right? For example, they would talk to me in Mandarin, right? At me, and I would output English as a response because I hear the Mandarin, I process it because I tend to do interpretive work, and then I would respond in English. But then that other person I typically talk to have enough English in which they reply in Mandarin, so then it just goes back around. So now I'm like doing that with Japanese, where when I read someone's sentence, I don't read it out loud. I process it, interpret it, and then respond to it. Which might not get me to interact with the text in Japanese, so we'll find ways to encourage myself not to do. I think reading is really quote unquote faster for me because we have to keep in mind that I'm only doing reading. And you guys are not like literally speaking to me or anything like that, and I'm not typing back, right? So what did I say? 話す夜聞く方が上手だと思う Okay, so you think you think you are better at listening than speaking. I see. Yeah. Oh, listening than speaking. Oh, okay, okay. I see. Yeah, so now we're thinking about you have a good input, right? You have excellent input, or except your input is better than your output. Unless the speaking also deals with creating. Oh, no. I think this is more of an input-output situation. Your input is, I'm going to write in a more agreeable way, acceptable. You have acceptable input. However, it's less than your output. I understand that for sure. Because, like, for example, or actually, no. I'm actually, it might be different types of output. There's also different types of output. So you prefer to, like, your reading, there's a reading output, right? There's a visual output. Maybe it's more like visual output and then auditory output. There's also that, which involves typing versus speaking, right? And then the input is listening, right? Listening and reading, right? And in this case, from what I read from you is that you told me that your speaking is less than your reading, or less than your listening, which is a combination of comparing output with input. That's an interesting thought. How can I relate to this? I think my listening is far greater than my speaking, for sure. Listening is definitely far greater. So is typing. So is, I think my listening is greater than all of these, actually. My reading is lower than my listening. My listening performs more efficiently. If we're talking about time, I guess we're talking about time and maybe potentially accuracy, or maybe consistency is the word we're going with. Generally speaking, listening is probably my prominent thing. So what do we have here? Demo something touchy. Oh, that's probably you. Demo ore tachi wa gengo koto koto no o eru. What does eru mean? Eru koto tada. Okay. Oh, I see. To understand Tari no. Wait, no, Tari. That's probably hitotsu no. Well, I don't know what that is. And then tanin no message oh, okay. So something about language, maybe like learning a language by understanding other people's messages. Okay, interesting. Oh, I don't know what that character. What is this character? Hagase? What kind of... Who said that? Funny. You consider yourself decent at basically everything but reading. Interesting. Ah. Oh, you finished? Oh, you're about to start? Nice, funny. I can't wait. Wait, did you get Ryu ga Gotoku 8 yet? Does that mean you got it? Oh, sorry. Oh, you mean 7 as in it ended, and then are you gonna play 8 soon? I consider myself decent at basic. I slowed my studying to around like 30 to 45 minutes a day, so I may just have to pick up on studying kanji more often again. I see. I haven't asked you this, Yameko, or Yumeko. Yumeko, how are you with everything now? Like, where are you at the moment? I feel like 30 to 40 minutes a day sounds pretty nice if you're already conversing like that anyways. Gambaro, you can do it. I mean, you can always talk with Churn. And I'll just listen and read what you guys say. Yeah, I think reading and listening are my crutches. Input is probably my crutch. I have a crutch on input, yeah, as in the reverse. And I think that's pretty common. It's a common thing since, in my opinion, language learners tend to start by inputting as opposed to outputting. Although I wouldn't say I'm apprehensive about speaking or producing sound, but constructing is the word I would use. Like when you output, right? When you output, you have to go through a construction phase. And that construction is limited because there's usually you want a cue. You need a cue in order for construction. Valentine has been doing that though. Valentine has been using me as an opportunity to construct. So whenever Valentine has to construct, eventually they might have to explain as well. So when they explain, they're constructing again, and then they're constructing, they're interacting with, right? Which is kind of nice. I have yet to find something like that for myself. I haven't been strongly constructing on my own at the moment to get used to it, but I have no problems like failing to construct, so that's a start. Anyways, what I mean by failing to construct is I use Japanglish. I use Japanglish as a form of construction. Like, you know, I don't know if I'm going to I don't know if cafeteria ikimashita kind of thing is a good idea, right? That kind of thing. I around mid N3. Oh, you need to listen to more podcasts. Your listening sucks. Interesting. Maybe slightly above it. Oh, wait. Did I just hear N3? Oh, okay. You're still N4 maybe. I am totally N4. You know what? Let's use levels, right? Let's use levels. I like this thing. Let's say N4. If I were N4 in stuff, then my speech, my construction is N5. And what I mean by that is I think the vast majority of time when I'm saying something, like speaking something in Japanese, usually it doesn't use a concept from N4. It mostly uses concepts from N5. If we're gonna use N stuff. Right. What the heck is Poto Yasuto? Oh, Poto Yasuto. Oh, podcast. Poto Yasuto wa Motto. Okay, motto listen. So kikuna ke. Can you actually do that? Kiku. Oh, interesting. Kika na kareba na nai. Kareba na naranai. You need to listen to more podcasts. Fair enough. I don't know how to process the last part, but since you say listening to podcasts, that's the part that I understand. You're probably suggesting like you want to or need to listen to podcasts more. I wonder how that works. Yeah, I don't know how that grammar works, but it's got to be something like that. Last part, you search Google how to conjugate need to. Oh, that whole last part is need to. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how to conjugate that. It makes sense though. It makes sense. I see the parts, but I have no idea. That's how you do. That's great. I guess. I don't know. Do you ever explicitly study conjugation outside Duolingo? No, I don't, or I don't learn conjugation outside of Duolingo. No. I practice conjugation outside of Duolingo. I want to clarify. Again, studying. So there's learning and then practicing, right? I practice conjugating outside of Duolingo. And then I learn conjugation whenever it comes up through Duolingo, like via Duolingo. Ikanakera, if not speak. Oh, narimasen. So naranai, not good. Okay, so combined together, if not speak, not good equals need to. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for the breakdown. That checks out. Yeah, so most of my conjugations I pick up from Duolingo, and then during Duolingo. Also during Duolingo. Duo, to make it clear, Duo doesn't teach, quote explain. I think I should not use the word teach. Duo doesn't explain conjugation per se, like all the conjugation. Right? They don't explain all the conjugation or grammar. They use exposure. And then during Duolingo, I look at conjugation and grammar stuff when they come up. So like, for example, right now, oh, this is not a great example. I guess this is a copula right now, perhaps, or not even a copula actually. When I do practice conjugating outside. However, I learn conjugating during Duolingo. So there is a difference between using Duolingo and being outside of Duolingo. I don't want to give people the impression that what you see on screen is the only thing I'm looking at. I'm not only looking at Duo right now. Much like when I'm reading your messages, I'm not looking at something else. So I do learn conjugation during this time. So during this time, but also outside of Duolingo. So long answer short is yes, I do conjugate. I study conjugation outside of Duolingo. You know, in Japanese, they don't call conjugation. They are, yes, I know. But as foreigners, conjugates are easier to understand. Yes, we all know. I'm pretty sure we all know that. So if you're qualifying, remember yesterday or the 2 days ago when you said there are no tenses? Well, you know, in English, there are not a lot of things that Japanese have. And then when you explain something to Japanese, you have to do the same thing and explain it in Japanese term. So when you say that term, you're reinforcing something that they won't understand in English as well. So as a language learner, in my opinion, collectively, most people understand that. Colloquialism, by analogy, is often useful. Being technical creates friction, almost unnecessary friction. Right? It's one of those things that prevents communication. Right? When you go around and say like, you know, they don't conjugate anything, it's like, well, they do. The conjugation just looks different. So that's why foreigners use the word conjugation, because the act is, the feeling and perception is similar. However, if you're a linguist, if you focus on linguistics and whatnot, then yes, English and Japanese are fundamentally terminologically different, right? Like when someone says, oh, you're being bad. Well, being bad is different in English and it's different in Japanese. So if you go out of your way and say, you know, being bad in Japanese is not the same as being bad in English, well, yes, it isn't. Okay. Is bad an adjective? Well, you could start describing like, oh, is bad an adjective? Is it a verb? Is it a noun? Then you start trying to unify using linguistics, but colloquially they would be treated differently. Yeah. Understandable. Yes. And I didn't learn those terms for a reason. But I've seen those terms around. Actually, you used those terms before. You decided to write the terms for SOV versus SVO yesterday, 2 days ago when we were talking about Chinese, right? And the problem, or one of the friction parts about this, is you use three terms that not everyone knows, right? Not the people you're talking about knows. And what happens is it ended up artificially creating an esoteric message, right? An esoteric message. And that can happen. That's when you get really invested in something, right? And then now you're being very specific. Yeah. Fair enough. I don't actually know how to pronounce that word either. I don't have the reads for either of those terms. But they'll come with time, I suppose. Yeah. Kind of like, I don't know if you were here, Yumeko, but Churn and I, someone asked, oh no, wait, it was the three of us, right? The conversation about tenses. Yeah, the three of us, the same conversation. We're having the same, like, we're talking about this stuff now. Yeah. And I don't think it's easier to understand. Sorry. I'm not sure. Here's another, I can be technical. Like, I'm going to try to be technical here too. I don't think it's easier to understand. I think the thing is, I don't want to make things sound easier just because you can relate to it, right? I would say it's a bridge for sure. I don't think these things inherently make things easier. Like you, for example, you clarifying what it actually is in Japanese, it may not necessarily make it any easier as well, right? That kind of thing. It's what it's done to reach a level of empathy, I suppose. It's a level of empathy. Not what you call it, EQing, right? EQing. Emotional intelligence. It happens. Hideyoshi, for example, is incredibly technical. That he knows a lot of things, or Hideyoshi knows a lot of things. However, most of the time, it's very difficult to empathize with the technical information. Like, oh, okay. And without empathy, understanding is not achieved. At least in my opinion. Empathy, understanding is different from knowing. So I know that this term is a helper verb in Japanese. I don't understand it because I have no empathy with it. If you understand that it's like conjugation, then you understand, you get closer to the essence of understanding what this word means, right? So that's probably the best way I could say. The difference between like, what is shiru? The difference between shiru and wakaru is the difference between using something colloquially and metaphorically to understand something versus to know something. The difference between knowing and understanding. Right? You can know a term, the accurate term, without understanding it. And then you can understand something without knowing it. I think for language learning, personally, as a personal bias, my thing that we resonate with this on the idea that if you communicate with someone in their target language and they can understand you, that's what we want, right? Like, or at least the two of us expressed that before, where it's great that someone could understand each other that isn't bound by its competency, right? Like the level of competency. So if I can express and give the idea of something, that's great. Do they understand the exact terminology of the stuff? For me, it's optional. So sometimes it puts a halt to conversations, a lot of times. Oh, I have a lot of personal anecdotes in which I halt the conversation when I was younger, where like you have that person in the background where they like push up their glasses and say like, well, you know, technically this is what they call the thing. And then everyone's like, oh, okay. And then it goes dead silent. Like the conversation just goes dead silent. Or you have that unfortunate situation where the in-group proceeds to like say neat, and then they go on with their business, and then the person on the outside will continue to keep to their thoughts, and that's a weird situation. It does happen a lot in intellectual circles though, where someone was more preoccupied with the specifics while the other individuals are connecting on an empathetic level, you know? Oh, I got into trouble once. What was it? Oh, wa? Oh, this is a good one for first year Japanese learners. When someone says wa is a subject marker. This was the first example of me and Hideyoshi talking about things. Calling wa a subject marker. as opposed to calling it a topic marker. Technically, you would say, it's called a topic marker. It's not called a subject marker because the subject marker can be confusing. A subject marker would imply that this can be the subject of something, but it's actually marking a topic, right? And a topic can be a subject. And that would be like an English term, right? It's a difference between like, oh, it's actually called this as opposed to calling this. And the question is, does the person get confused? Or do you need to know it? In the moment, there are a lot of things in English grammar that I don't know what the terms are anymore for them. So I tried my best to use the terms in a context that is enough to understand it, as opposed to know it, right? You can definitely both know and understand, for sure. That would be the ideal case, when people know and understand everything they know. You can understand everything you know and know everything you understand. I think the Japanese language clarifies that really well with shiru and wakaru. Wait, is it wakaru or did I mess up? Or is it wakeru? Arimashita. Oh yeah, it's wakaru. Yes. The difference between shiru and wakaru. Okay.
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
Many people are riding the subway. Katetsu. Riding the subway.
多く
多く人。
の
多くの人
は
地下鉄。
地下鉄
地下鉄だ
にの
乗って
います。
Oh, I don't actually know what to read. I have a relatable English thing for. Oh, that stands for particle. Joshi. Interesting. Okay. Japanese particle. Let's see. I have a relatable English thing, right? The relatable English thing is the difference between a helping verb and an action verb. And then how they are both understood as a verb, which is short for a verb phrase. So like, is talking, right? Is talking. Is talking is often referred to as the verb, but this is a helping verb. And this is an action verb. And verb is short for a verb phrase. But a verb itself is this. There are two verbs composing of a verb phrase. That's something that I think if you stop to interrupt someone and correct someone over and over again, that becomes a little bit illustrates my kind of feeling about that when I hear it in amongst language learners. Many people are writing the, what am I missing here? Ga?
に
Maybe like this.
に
Well, you write. Oh,
に
wait. Oh, wait.
地下鉄は
No, there are many people writing.
地
What?
下鉄がに
That doesn't make sense. That's gross. Wait. Wait.
に
Maybe I do it this way?
にには
Okay. Alright.
この近所にコンビニはありますか？この
この近所にコンビニはありますか？
ブラジルの首都は何ですか？
ブラジルのね。ブラジルの Oh, I skipped this Oh, I skipped 2 vocabulary words. It's not that big a deal. Like dai toshi. I missed toshi. And then this is shuta. Shuto. No, shuto. Shuto. So toshi. Toshi is the linker for shuto because it's the same to. So shuto wa nan desu ka? Right.
彼の部屋は庭に面しています。
彼
の部屋は庭に面しています。
彼の部屋oh, wait, did I include this? I did. 面する。彼の部屋ね Where the heck is 部屋 Oh. 彼の部屋彼の部屋は海庭庭に面しています。
面しています。
交差点。I say, stop saying 交差点。
点
原宿。山手線。渋谷。
山手線に乗ったの？
山手線に乗ったの？
点
交差点。
原宿。
都市。
都市。
渋谷。
こんな場所に行ったことがない。
こんな場所。こんな場所にsomething 行ったない。
こんな場所に行ったことがない。
行ったことがない。So they are not going What place have you not been to? I have not been to a place like this. Oh. Oh, wait, not a question. Just kidding. Not a question.
私の
私の彼氏は、彼氏は山口市、山口市に仕事、no, not work, 働く, right? You're using 働く, so 働きます。働きます。私の彼氏は山口市に働きます。
働きます。
この建物は海に面している。
この建物は海に面している。サラリーマンにメトロはサラリーマンにオンしていました。オンでいました。混んでいました。Probably just say 混んでいる or 混んでいた。Whichever one.
メトロ
Metro. Oh, Metro. What? Oh, no.
わ
Oh, wait.
わ
Or do we use... で
たでサラリーマンはで
混んでいた。But I guess it's a means by which is crowded.
東京の人口はどれくらいですか？
東京の人口。東京の人口はどれくらいですか？
この
住民の Oh no. I think I skipped this vocabulary word too. What is it? 金所. Oh no, 金所. I missed 2 vocabulary words. 3 vocabulary words. この近所に
コンビニはありますか？
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。 What is your favorite city?
1番
Ichiban. Oh, there's no modifier. Wait, there might be an article here. Ichiban 好きな
な
好きなは好きな都市は何ですか？
都市はなでか
山手線は毎週とても混んでいます。Sorry. I'm slowly becoming a snake. Just holding out that S until I figure out where we're going here.
山手線。
山手線では
は
No. I'm looking for 週末. Oh, no wait, weekdays. Oh, weekdays. 平日.
平日。
Weekdays, not weekends. 平日. What if I do... No. Wait. Hmm.
とても。
とても
混
んでい
ま
ます。So, what if I did?
平日はが。
いや、平日は山手線がとても混んでいます。I was like, The day is the subject. Short. Oof. 増えます。
増えます
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
ね。
彼女
We're doing internet slang in the Chinese unit today. And we gotta revisit this topic about colloquialisms.
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
彼女は銀座で銀座では
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
地下鉄に乗った。減ります。山手線
点増
増え
えま
ますす。
減ります
年
人口
人口の都市の人口
都市の
の人口が
が
増える。increasing 増える。そう増える。そう増えている。
増えている。
Wait, that's also a good question. Nah, it's fine.
都
都
市
市
減ります
す。山手線増えます。
点
Population has fallen.
人口
人口が decrease. So 減る fallen. So 減りました。Oh no. Oh, they went with 減った。
減
Okay,
った
fair enough. We're plain.
都市の人口が減りました。
都市の人口が減りました。And then, of course, the other formal. I'm starving. Oh, this is one of the peculiar uses for heru, interestingly enough. I don't know how often this is used.
お腹
お腹が減った。
減った。
Kind of makes sense if you think about it. I
広
suppose.
島の人口はどれくらいですか？
広島の人口はどれぐらいですか？ I have fallen and can't increase anymore.
都市の
都市の
人口
都市の人口が減りました。or 減った。Which one are you going with? 減りました。
減また。
都市の人口が増えている。
都市の人口が増えている。私の一番好きな都市は広島です。or 広島だ。
私の
私の好きな都市は一番好きな都市は、広島だ。
広島だ。
銀座店は時々混んでいます。
銀座ね。Oh, wait. I totally forgot about writing sen in today's review. That explains why that looks weird. I dropped 4 vocabulary words today in the recall. So what are we down to now? We are down to 首都、都市、首都、都市、線、and I forgot the number, just the last thing. Dang it. I've got 4 things. I'll make sure to remember them for tomorrow. 銀座線は時々混んでいます。
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。銀座線に乗る。毎朝。Okay. Oh, hunky dory. We have 15 minutes, so let's go and do some of these. I need to go to the bathroom.
秋
You have that. Oh. Okay.
秋葉原
秋葉原。
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 原宿
秋葉原
秋葉原
原宿
原宿
秋葉原
秋葉原
原宿、
原宿、
渋谷、
渋谷
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 渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷
渋谷
渋谷渋谷
渋谷、
渋谷
渋谷
渋谷渋谷
渋谷
渋谷
渋谷、
渋谷、
交差、
交差点、
Okay. That checks
交
out.
差点
I was kind of thinking my
交差点
stroke order wasn't a 50-50
交差
here,
点
but it
交
is.
差点
It's a 50-50 stroke order.
交差点
交差点
交差点、
交差点、
交差点
交差点
交差点交差点
交差点
Not the biggest fan at the moment of the vertical line, pretty much sure of the two horizontals.
秋葉原
秋葉原
原宿
原宿原宿
原宿
秋葉原原宿
原宿、秋葉原、
秋葉原、
秋葉原
秋葉原交差
交差点、
交差点、
交差点
交差点
交差点交差点
交差点
交差点
交差点、
交差点、
Oops. That was awkward.
交差点
交差点
交差点交差点
にし、
渋谷渋谷
渋谷
渋谷
渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷
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 交差点。
交差点
Ah! Oh, I typed
交差点
sa. I mean, I typed se.
交差点
交差点
That's actually a more of
交
a
差点
listening
交差点
typo.
交差点
交差点、
交差点、
交差点
I'm saying Kolsaten, not Kolsaten. And then it caused me to write se instead of sa. Kolsaten.
交差点
交差点
Chinese thing.
交差点
It's a Chinese thing.
交差点
交差点
Sa versus sa, not se versus sa.
交差点
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 No sas. No, as far as I know, no. I haven't encountered a sa in Japanese. Let's see. What am I? Oh, Hakihaba.
原宿
秋葉原
原宿原宿
秋葉原
原宿
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 秋葉原
原宿
秋葉原秋葉原
原宿
交差点
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 交差点交差点
交差点
Okay. Okay. Atsu. Atsu. Noru. Noru. Atsu. Noru.
出す
Dasu. Dasu. That's one way to look at it.
乗る
Noru.
走る
Hashiru. 返す
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 勝つ
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 見る
見る
乗る
乗る
届く
届け届く届く引く
引く
乗る
く
泳
泳
ぐ
ぐ
走る引く
く
乗る
乗る
勝つ
勝つ
届く
届く
走る来る
来る
乗る勝つ
勝つう
交差
交差点
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 交差点交差点
交差点
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 宿題
宿題 Right, 宿題。What?
宿題
Oh.
宿題、
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 塾。
宿題、
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 宿題
宿題、
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 交
交差点。交差点。
交差点、
Oh, we are definitely not going to try to complete at least
交差点、
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 a confirmation on the stroke
交
order
差点、
on some of these characters.
交差点、
交差点
Way too long.
交差点、
I should pause before we get into the the story section. Hmm.
No.
That could be seen as taking, but okay.
No.
Like to take on a ride, but okay. That is messing with English. That's messing with fire right there. Yikes. Wow. Yeah. That is some fire.
使います。
Oh, that's some fire. 乗る。
太る。乗る。乗ります。
That is messing with fire right there. Having norimas be take and noru be ride and then reverse. Oh man.
書きます。
乗る、
乗ります。
That is some fire
乗ります。
noru.
Noru.
Meme.
乗る。
Noru. What do they want again? Ride? Noru.
走る。乗ります。話します。
話します。
食べ
食べます。
乗る、乗ります。
Wait. Yeah. They want that. And then norimasu. That's kind of a meh.
交差、
Osaken. Osaten.
交差点、
I don't know how I feel about it.
交差点。
交差点
交差点、
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 Norimasu and noru
交差点。
is both taken, right? Like one could interpret it as taking something, not in the sense of riding something.
交差
Osaten.
交差点。
交差点
交差点、
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 交差点。
End of 15. Yeah, we're gonna skip that for now. Let's finish this up and swap over to Chinese.
交差点。
交差点。数。
数。
Did I write Kazu today? I think I did.
人口
面
白い
場所。場所です。
で、
原宿、交差点、花見、点、
渋
明日
谷。
集まりましょう。
明日ね。
明日
集まり、wait。集まりましょう。
集ましょう。
います。
減ります。増えます。減る、渋谷、原
宿。
届ける。
ポスト。はがき。
はがき。Oh. いい。太い。はがき。Kind of mixed up. Oh. is uh-oh. Yikes. Yikes, it's the face. Right.
コスプレ。住所。原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。原宿
は渋谷の隣の駅です。
山手線に乗ったの？
山手線に乗ったの？
地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。
Okay.
地下鉄
は
多くのます人に
人に
乗
っています
にが地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。
毎朝。彼は
毎朝銀座線に乗った。乗る。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
この
近所。この近所はコンビニはありますか？この近所にコンビニはありますか？
帰りはとても混んでいました。
帰りはとても混んでいました。All right. All right, we had enough digressions today. There were very interesting things. Oh, one thing. I think there was someone thought when I can see where that there was a slight difference in response. I think at least I thought earlier that Yumeko was asking me if I deliberately, explicitly study conjugation, but the comment that was the timing dealt with something that isn't conjugation, but I was talking about conjugation. That's a thing that might have been a miscommunication. Like I wasn't even thinking about whether it had anything to do with the helper words. Actually, I don't think it had anything to do with helper verbs the way I was thinking about it. Okay. All right, folks, that's the end for Japanese. We're falling behind. ここに2人でいることに今 something? Ima something. What is that? Uita? You just realize you're alone here? That happens. What you call it? Churn does the thing where there. Oh, actually, I don't know what time it is for you. Yeah. What time is it? But it's the day for churn. So churn kind of goes in and out all the time. Yeah, I think you were asking me if I was doing conjugation. Oh, it's in the middle of the day for you too, or it's before. Oh no, it's at the end of the day, 22:34. Yeah, we are in our evenings, right? You and I, we're only 1 hour apart from each other. Churn is in the morning. Like Churn has afternoon right now, so doing Malay things, whatever that means. But yeah, I thought, I think one of the bigger confusions about that comment was that the thing you were calling conjugation, you were just asking me if I study conjugation, right? You weren't talking about the thing that Chern was talking about being conjugation. I think what I was talking about had very little to do with whatever he was talking about. So that was a little confusion too, where he was calling something I was practicing when I said I was practicing not conjugation, but it is conjugation unless it's not anymore. So now I'm a little confused, just a wee bit confused, because when you ask me if I practice conjugation, I'm talking about things like taking I don't know, taking taberu, right? Taking taberu and then conjugating it. And that's what I was saying yes to. So to clarify, when I said, do I do it outside? Do I explicitly practice conjugation outside of Duo? The answer is yes. I think conservatively, yes, I practice this a lot. I practice during Duolingo too. You'll probably hear me say it a lot of times. Like, I'll read a sentence, but then I would use the plain form. Or I would read it as the plain form, maybe out loud sometimes, and then I would conjugate it. I would conjugate it myself. So unless this is what Churn is saying is not conjugation, then that might be even more confusing. However, I think he was or I think Chern was referring that you might have been asking, do I study conjugation? And it happens to be, Chern was talking about something else. They were talking about the combination of narimasen and naranai. Although I feel like naranai is also a conjugation anyways. Talking about that part. So I don't know. I wanted to clarify. I think you were asking me if I conjugate things and practice conjugating, not referring to something that isn't conjugation, which the thing about particles, which is a helping words, that's a whole different discussion. So I might have gone on a digression that was just because I misunderstood what was read. Like, we are discussing something that was dealing with conjugation, and Chern was making a comment about something that isn't conjugation. Yeah, I like conjugating. Oh, which, by the way, I don't know. Do you study Spanish at all? Himeko? Because Spanish is like my squeeze back in the day. Back in high school, I liked conjugating because it was Spanish. All the conjugation stuff, when I talk about it, is coming from Spanish. If you're into conjugating, Spanish would oblige. Yeah, so I actively conjugate. In fact, when Duo, you'll hear me say it a lot, and I find myself, it's very helpful when Duo wants me to translate, right? Something that's not contextual. So when you have Spanish classes, but I'm doing really bad. Why? How so? You're already learning 2 languages. What's wrong with what's happening with Spanish? I actually, oh, that's interesting, because lots of people who are interested in Japanese have some background in Spanish, which, is Spanish not interesting to you? Maybe it's not interesting to you as much. That's interesting. So here's my example of Duolingo, right? You don't think you should be doing as badly as you am, though, considering the similarities? Yeah, exactly. The Japanese and Spanish has a lot of commonalities when it comes to the department of orienting yourself in conjugation, right? Because in English is not really providing that much, right? English it doesn't do that much, or doesn't even do it in a similar way. So that's interesting. Huh. So you have Spanish right now. That's interesting. We're gonna talk about Spanish a little later. It's due to disinterest. Yeah, that's what I figured. I feel a lot of times when it comes to, I'm guessing this is school related, right? It's oftentimes, I would say, for younger people. I'm not saying this might be the reason. Like, I don't want to like keep confirming this, but it often plays a strong role. The disinterest often plays a strong role, and getting yourself I don't know how long you're gonna have Spanish class, but I'm starting Spanish in February. Perhaps you'll be able to inform me more, and we can talk about specifics in the future in Spanish. I can kind of talk about specifics in Spanish right now, but I would need to review. I had approximately 3 years in Spanish, and it started in high school, and then I went to college, but that's over 10 years ago. So I can't even say, like, I can't even like describe the conjugation tables that I enjoyed, because it's so far in my memory. Yeah, and in Duolingo, when they say like, I will talk or I will eat, right? I'm like, You will eat, huh? So is that going to be taberu, taberu or tabemasu nowadays? And then there are things that are even more more weirder, like the just this unit when it's to be crowded, right? When something is crowded, or when something was crowded in English, because English does not have this type of conjugation. You're thinking, or at least I'm thinking to myself, okay, so now let's narrow it down a little bit. We have komimashita. Is that a thing? Can you komimashita? It's komu, right? Komu. So then komimashita. No, but it's probably like, then you have to conjugate. Then you have konde, which is the te form, right? Konde. So is it kondeimasu or kondeimashita or kondeiru or kondeita, right? So I think of these things on the fly. It's largely why I don't go straight to the answer first. I would stare at the translation, or I would stare at the English thing, and I would think to myself, okay, all right, those are my possibilities. Then I narrow it down, and it gets a little faster over time, and it's not for speed, it's more for comprehension. So like comprehensiveness. So I am doing like the Spanish thing where I'm like, oh, well, if I say it this way, it would mean this. If I say it this way, it would mean this. So I'm like going through all the stuff as I'm going in Duolingo. So every time when Duolingo introduces a new tense, a new conjugation, I rap through it. So like, for example, if I saw okina, right? Right. Okina. I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, it is related to oki, right? Oki. But and okina, it often occurs, they use it in the middle of a sentence as an adjective or like insert noun, right? Insert noun. However, at the end of a sentence, if they were going with oki, I have separate options. I also have to check if it's past tense, or if it's past or non-past, right? Because these can be quote unquote conjugated. Adjectives can be conjugated in the sense that it could be in the past tense or in the non-past. And then it can be negated, right? It can be negated. But okina here, in this case, you can cut to the chase and say, oh, it's okina. Okay, that's fine. Like, we can move on. But while I'm reading it, I'm also thinking about all the other possibilities. Like, oh, wait, I could say the noun wa, oki, right? I could oki it the other way, right? And then it would express similar things, but then they would play into conjugating. Yeah. It's kind of like that personalized practice where there was the two clauses, and one had a janai, right? One had a negation of a non-adjective, and one had a positive, I guess, an affirmation of a e-adjective. And their choices were an e-adjective and a non-adjective, right? The shortcut, if you're a person that does shortcuts, to be most efficient, you could shortcut and say, oh, there's janai. It can only be this choice. I don't care about what this word is. And then this is des. So, okay, it's an e-adjective. It can only be this choice. Or even more shortcutty, you could say, if I know one of the answers, I know the other answer, and just do that. Earlier on, much early on, I still go through the process. So go through it. I try to practice the routine, and that routine gets faster. As in, I'm practicing recognizing, oh, non-adjective, conjugation, this stuff, and as I'm going faster in that regards. I can do shortcuts every now and then to save time. However, my goal is to be comprehensive as opposed to being, again, speedrunning. I'm not like, the whole idea of speedrunning would suggest that you cut as many corners to optimize as possible. And I totally get it. People like to go fast. My familiarity with conjugation and building foundation is to do all of these things while going a little bit faster. So once they become faster, I pile on more things to think about. And then when I go and practice, so this is when I'm learning with the side of practicing, right? Learning with the side of practicing. This is my duo time. What I do during stream. This is my stream time. I learn, but also reflect on as many learning. When I go to practice, as in immerse, when I go to practice outside, when I'm not streaming, I consume media and I do everything as fast as I can. Like, I practice what is natural or what comes naturally to me, not to other people. So if whatever gets me to the answer faster, I do that. And then I find out, oh, I realize that most of the time I do a process of elimination to get answers or something. Like, for example, the JLPT exams. It's been a very long time, but I did a practice exam. The singular practice exam that's available, the JLPT 5 exam. It was around day 100. I spoke about this back in day 100 because people keep asking me about my JLPT thing. I don't plan on taking the JLPT like officially, unless it's like involved in requiring me to do it somehow, or someone maybe wants to take it with me and they need help or something. I don't usually take it because I need to confirm for myself. I don't take exams if I don't have to. Not the greatest with exams. However, I took a practice exam at day 100 and I have like, I don't know, 75% of the N5 concepts, right? However, when you take an exam, I shared my thoughts about it. I used a lot of shortcuts. So a lot of the exam involved me using shortcuts that wasn't really related to Japanese comprehensive comprehension. So that goes back to my carefulness about when you know something, it doesn't necessarily translate to the understanding of something. And what I mean by that is, if you pass an exam as well, does it mean you understand something? No, not necessarily. I told myself, to be honest, I knew more about exam taking. than I did about the Japanese that they were asking about. Like things like, a lot of it is multiple choice, right? So how do I get myself to not do these shortcuts while also getting more and more understanding and knowing practice in? And that's how I go about it. So when I'm doing personalized practice, it's actually slower than speedrunning. That's kind of why I talk a lot about the whole meme. I personally think it's a meme now, but maybe like it's an association. When you have someone who's maybe mid-aged, not mid-aged, that's like, I'm referring to 40-year-old. Someone who, this is a generalization. Statistically, I'm going to say more than 50% of my interactions, if the more than 50% of my interactions with people who are less than 30 years old, it goes much higher when it's less than 25. They are self-selected into a target audience that's interested in Japanese culture. Like, the probability goes up if it's anime related, because it goes back to the idea that they're more in youth culture. So there are a lot of self-selection, but when it happens, there are terms that are associated with Duolingo. I literally said these terms multiple times. The use of the word bro, which reduces the English comprehension to less than 25 years old because it's a generational thing. The way bro is being used in a specific way. Bro, in that case, is being used like this, right? Bro. And then speedrunning. Speedrunning, and then Duolingo. These three things were literally 3 out of the 4 words that this person said. 3 out of 4 words. That is statistically likely that this person is likely to be less than 25 years old, interested in Japanese culture as a form of Twitch and gaming interest. Probably, but it happens to be on YouTube, because these are kind of associated. So when I legitimately talked about these correlations for a while now, and it since have become more of a meme, right? Like, I'm actually anti speedrunning. However, I can't tell you how many times someone associates a passage of time with the efficiency of time. So what I mean by that is, lots of times Duolingo, it's not malicious or anything. It's a conceptual thing to rationalize these. Duolingo's streak is a passage of time. It's not a passage of efficiency. So when someone says they're speed running something, oftentimes you can increase or decreasing the efficiency of time, right? Now hear me out here. I could be super fair and say, okay, well, if someone uses their freezes, so there's this mechanic called a streak freeze, and every, I think it's 100 days, you get 3 freezes, and then you can keep a stock of 5 freezes. So technically your efficiency can go down if you use all your freezes every like 150 or 100 days. So then you're actually losing efficiency per day. However, without even considering this, the passage of time in terms of streak is constant. There's no like speeding up or slowing down. You log in, you do 1 lesson, and your streak continues. So in no way does that reflect a speed run. And yet that is considered generally what makes people think they're speed running. Like, oh yeah, this guy's on day 360, they're speed running Duolingo. And the idea is they're suggesting that as opposed to someone who do not have a streak. As in someone who doesn't do 1 lesson a day. It's less than 5 minutes a day. Now you might be thinking, well, okay, so they're speedrunning, right? No, because you don't know if someone spends more than 30 minutes every other day. So they don't maintain a streak. If they spend 30 minutes every other day, it will still be more efficient, or speed, if you will, effort, in a given time across 3 days. So if someone had a streak for 2 days, they spent maybe 10 minutes, then it will still be less than someone spending 30 minutes every other day. So there's no element, like you cannot ascertain that. This is the cognitive dissonance that I'm referring to. And not that it's bad or good. It's an interesting thing that I encounter most of the time. Like this is a significant understanding that one must comprehend. Like I'm not going to go out there and say, well, okay, well, hear me out here. Let's explain how passage of time and this metric does not measure the efficiency of speedrunning, because speedrunning is being efficient. You can improve your time across something. The time consumption. No, there aren't any metrics in Duolingo that can measure efficiency in a normal sense. It has to be a clocked thing from beginning to end. Apparently. Honestly, you don't think JLPT or exams in general are the best measure of understanding due to the really common use of exam taking skills to ensure a decent... Exactly. I'm illustrating that point now. Exam techniques are incredible. And the reason why I mentioned that is because, well, how educated are you, right? So I'm making a disclaimer, right? This is the objective nature, or a bit of a more open objective nature of making disclaimers. I performed well, quote unquote, ahead of how much time I used to understand something, because I want to tell people that a lot of it was because of my exam taking techniques. And you might be, and then, you know, before people jump off the rails and say, well, that's a weird flex, like, so you're good at taking exams, that makes you... It's like, okay, hear me out here. The reason, like, I want to give a reason why I have maybe useful exam techniques, because I am a terrible exam taker. So in order to become less terrible at taking exams, I learned a lot about how to take exams, how to rationalize things. Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, then isn't that a good thing? Yes, for critical thinking and problem solving, right? And one could be a stickler and say, well, doesn't that help you with language learning? Language learning and speaking a language, you know, like learning a language and acquiring a language? The answer is yes. However, the JLPT is trying to measure your existing comprehension, not how you comprehend it. So if there was a measure where like a test is saying, oh, how do you solve problems? How do you solve critical problems? Then there is an intersection between how quickly you acquire a language or understand a language through a higher aptitude of critical thinking and problem solving. JLPT is a performance exam on Japanese. Unfortunately, or fortunately in a way, exam taking techniques reflect on someone's ability to learn something. However, not what they have learned. At least in my opinion. In my case, I got a passing grade on the practice exam because I noticed that a lot of the answers, they were largely incomprehensible in the sense of I don't really know all the content. I wasn't comprehending the content. However, I could get to the right answer without knowing it. Is Duolingo my only learning language source? Do I use others? Just wondering. I do use others. Wait, hold up. Okay, let's do this really quickly. Scott Lee, Duo is currently accounts for 90% of my language learning. Okay, so it does account for the primary of my language learning. And during a Duolingo session, I spend 90% learning as well, and I spend about, I want to say about 10%, sometimes 20. So this is like this, practicing stuff. Now, while I'm doing my Duolingo, I do use grammar sources. I use grammar sources and I use dictionary. So I check and stroke order and writing references. So the answer is, during this time while I'm spending time practicing and learning, Duolingo is the exposure. It gives me the exposure. However, while I'm during Duolingo, like during these streams, what I'm not showing is I cross-reference with grammar, a dictionary, and a stroke like reference thing for writing. So the answer is yes, I do use other sources, for sure. When I'm not on stream, which I'm not using Duolingo, it's not Duolingo. I don't use Duolingo when I'm not on stream, and when I'm doing that, I'm practicing. So I practice the things I learned on Duolingo, the things I'm learning during Duolingo, while using immersion. So I do things like watch anime, listen to podcasts, and not so much these things really. Actually, I listen to vlogs a lot more, vlogs on like cooking, Japanese culture, and multicultural life. I think right now most of my content that I consume is multicultural life. So that's like a Japanese person trying to explain what it's like to be in the United States, or a Japanese person what it's like to be in Germany, or what an English speaker feels like living in Japan. Those are the multicultural thing. And these channels will go back and forth. They'll go back and forth between the two languages. Or they might even combine the languages. They might speak in half languages. So Japanglish, if you will. And they talk about things that involve, what it's like, how the language barrier is overcome, or something like that. So, way more than Duolingo, obviously. It doesn't stop at Duolingo. Like, I use Japanese, or I think in Japanese, when I'm speaking English. Like right now, I could be explaining, preparing a Japanese response if someone suddenly wants to talk in Japanese. So you can speak in one language and think in another language momentarily while you're pausing in between things. I'm not saying you can do them simultaneously. True multitasking doesn't. That's kind of a myth. There's no true multitasking. That's a digression for another time. However, yeah. Hope that helps. Yeah, we're gonna end our Japanese session now and move over to Mandarin. Yeah, thanks for chilling again, Yumeko. We're gonna get into more digressions later. Hopefully your Spanish goes well. I want to hear about your Spanish. In the future or now. I mean, like later. I would love to hear about your Spanish stories. Yeah, good night. Oyasumi nasai. Yumeko-san. Now I say you're using Duo correctly, so keep it on. You've been doing Spanish and Korean on it. How is that? But I make sure to get other resources across certain grammars, which is what Duo lacks to me. Yeah, I agree. Duolingo lacks. Wait, you might talk about it next stream then. I'd look forward to it. I look forward to it. Tanoshimi desu. Right. Tanoshimi desu. Oyasumi nasai. Let's see. Spanish and Korean. I've heard lukewarm feelings about Korean, but Spanish is like eternity long, so yeah. I agree with you. Scott. Scott, in terms of grammar, it's also, since you're doing Spanish and Korean, in terms of grammar, it's the same. They use the same approach. They expose you to some concept, and if you're lucky, there might be a guidebook blip. But generally speaking, while you're using Duolingo, whenever something is new, like you observe it that it's new, you cross-reference, right? And then there is also something that Duolingo obviously lacks, right? And that is context and also construction. And I don't know what you're doing for construction. For me, I'm doing journaling. I do journals and mnemonics, like mnemonics for connecting all the vocabulary. So for example, at the end of a new unit, I take this stuff, I connect them all in a flowchart or a category. And then after the day is over, I use that flowchart and category and talk to myself or like construct the connections between all the vocabulary. You can see these in the beginning of every stream. So the beginning of every session, I'm constructing it myself, and then when I remember it, I'm only writing those things down. So then you practice the construction part. And then the context part, right? The context part is you gotta consume content. You need some form of immersion, like a CI, like comprehensible input, something that provides context with like frequency of use and associations, like phrases that are associated with each other. You can get that from being exposed consistently with patterns and whatnot. So this is lacking, right, in Duolingo. So requiring something that can provide that, and then an incentive to construct. If you have a friend, I don't have a friend, by the way, that speaks Japanese or want to speak Japanese, you have to also, one has to encourage themselves to construct. So that construction is a way of practicing what you learned. So once you get what Duolingo has to offer, you have to encourage yourself to do all these things. If you can't construct, then you can't output a sentence, right? You can't, in both speech and writing. You have to encourage yourself to write and speak in a different way, like, because Duo can't do that. With one big asterisk, this is a huge disclaimer, okay? If you're a Max subscriber, I'm not affiliated with Duolingo, and if you have resource limitations, I wouldn't recommend this. If you're a Max subscriber, technically, you can construct something with an LLM, right? Alternatively, you can open an OpenAI account and then go talk with the newest version of ChatGPT to get a little bit, right? Like, I mean, to get some construction, to get some back and forth. So you can, if you're socially anxious or awkward, or like you just can't find Japanese, like other language learners or native Japanese speaking friend, or like your target language, like the people in your target language, then an option is to use a large language model, which I will probably demonstrate how I will go about that in a very near future. Not for Japanese, but for Chinese, because the Chinese course is actually coming to an end in another 10 days or so. The Japanese course has like another half a year to a year. So I will be learning how I do with my Chinese things, and then when Japanese comes along, so there are other ways. There are plenty of ways to go about interacting. In Duolingo, though, this is an actual thing. So you can be a max subscriber, and they have LLM functionality for Spanish. Now, I don't think they have one for Japanese. The higher ups, the top 3, maybe French, Spanish, and English, does have an LLM model available. I think at least English and Spanish. So if you're a Spanish learner on Duolingo, technically they have something that allows you to construct. So then you'll have a conversation. You can role play with a large language model and get some construction. So that can alleviate something. It's something that it's not apparent from my experience because I haven't actually subscribed to anything yet. So that's good. Yeah, you pretty much summed it up. Spanish is pretty good on Duo, but Korean seems, yeah, haven't done much yet. So which is why you put in more resources. Exactly. I think we're on the same page, Scott. You broke the mold, by the way. You broke the streak. You broke the streak of the Duo is supposed to do everything. Is supposed to do everything. So I hate it because it doesn't. A streak. Most of my interactions very early on from people who either used to use Duo or never used Duo before and used better things, they often talk about how they hate it because the tool doesn't do everything. And way to punch above the curve, Scott, about integrating other things, right? Trying to know what's lacking, know what it has, what does work, what doesn't work, and then you can still continue to use it in a way that it does work, and then incorporate things with what it doesn't work. I started with Duolingo, and slowly I supplement and I complement. It goes both ways, you know. A lot of people say, oh, Duo is just a lesser product, so you complement it or you supplement it. No, you start with the product, in my opinion, and you fill it in. So whatever you start with, it's a starting place. And then you fill it in. You start understanding how it works. And yeah, you used to think that way when you first started, when you were like 10. Holy, you started so young. But now you started up again about 5 years later. Wow, 10 years old. You wanted to learn. Are you by any chance from a multilingual background? Or do you live in an environment that involves people who speak more than one language? 10 is pretty young. Like, what I mean by that is pretty young for someone who's returning to a target language. Oftentimes, if it didn't catch on young, most of the time, you know, the statistical norm is that into your older age, you don't end up revisiting a target language unless you're in an environment that is constantly giving you cues of, hey, other people speak different languages, or you've encountered different languages consistently, like your interests maybe you're interested in Korean drama or something, and it's on an uptick, or Spanish is all around you, so you're constantly reminded like, hey, people speak Spanish too. Yeah, I know, you're 15 now, right? Because you're going back to it for 5 years. But yeah. But the first, every time you used Duo was at, yeah, your first ever time using 10. Nice. Well, keep at it. I mean, you're 15. You'll probably be trilingual at some point. By the way, as a disclosure, hopefully you want to make sure that you're in a safe environment and whatnot. Being that young is very important that I say this, you know, be careful around the online, and hopefully you have loving and supporting parents that help you with these things, and friends, right? Friends. I'm 37, so if we're gonna talk about being away for a very long time for target language learning, I think it's been over 10 years since I've touched Spanish, and that was in high school to college. It's been well over 10 years. It's actually almost been 20 years. Yeah. So any time, in my opinion, is a fantastic time to learn and pick up a language. So I hope you're having fun as well, enjoying it, and have some friends along the way that might be interested in learning another language. Glad to hear that you have such a wider perspective at a young age, actually. Yeah, thanks for sharing. With that very lovely note, right? I'm gonna end my Japanese session. So, and then I'm gonna take a break, go to the bathroom, grab an energy boost, some glucose. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. So, to all the Japanese language enthusiasts out there, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Until then, minasan mata ne, ja ne. Right? And I'll be back. Thank you for sharing, Scott. Don't feel obligated that you have to stay or anything. I really appreciate. Let me know when you graduate from high school and all that stuff, how your language learning goes, how your language learning went, what you're doing in school. That's pretty cool. I love hearing stories from younger people and what they're doing today.